how to reach the equity team. So yeah, besides reaching us out in the Zoom chat, you can also reach us out through WhatsApp. Here are our numbers. Or you can also just submit a report throughout the equity form link or also the QR code. It's just scan it or just type out the link and you will be headed to a Google form which you might need to fill if you want to fill out an equity form. But yeah, I think that's the end of the slides. So yeah, thank you everyone for listening. Please remember this since this is actually quite important towards the competition itself. If you have any questions, feel free to reach us out. We will be very happy to help. Thank you everyone and good luck.
Okay. Thank you, Ollie and Debbie, for the equity briefing. Reminder for everyone to pay attention to the equity briefings brief by the equity officers just now, as this will be implemented throughout all the competition. Oke, mungkin setelah ini akan ada pembukaan. Jadi saya persilakan ke Bu Sunengsi untuk mulai pembukaannya. Silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Apakah suara saya terdengar? Oke. Alhamdulillah. Ya. Oh, pakai mic ya. Sebentar.
Waalaikumsalam. Abdi di ruangan ini kita cuma baru kebukaan gitu. Ibu-ibuan terus saya pas baru mulai gitu. Assalamualaikum. Link YouTube-nya mohon badeko itu
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Mari kita sama-sama panjatkan puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala karena kita bisa berkumpul dalam kegiatan ini dengan keadaan yang sehat walafiat, aman dan kondusif. Sholawat serta salam tercurah kepada junjungan kita Nabi Muhammad Shallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, kepada keluarga, sahabat dan kerabat hingga hari akhir. Hadirin yang kami muliakan, mohon izin memperkenalkan diri. Nama saya Suningsi selaku MC dalam kegiatan pembukaan ini. Adapun rundown kegiatan di kegiatan pembukaan ini adalah yang pertama pembukaan oleh MC, yang kedua menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya, dilanjutkan dengan laporan Ketua Panitia oleh Pak Fajar Mulyawan MSI, dilanjutkan dengan sambutan sekaligus membuka kegiatan oleh Kepala Bidang PSMA Ibu Dr. Anda Hajah Iis Rostiasi MSI, kemudian pembacaan doa oleh Pak Kiki Nurmawansah SPDI, dilanjutkan dengan penutupan kegiatan pembukaan untuk kemudian memasuki kegiatan inti. Baik, sebagai kegiatan yang pertama di acara pembukaan ini, mohon semuanya duduk tegak karena sebentar lagi kita akan menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Terima kasih. Baik, kegiatan berikutnya kita lanjutkan dengan laporan Ketua Panitia oleh Pak Fajar Mulyawan MSI. Untuk waktu dan kesempatannya dipersilahkan Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Yang terhormat Ibu Kepala Bidang PSMA Dr. Ana Hajah Iis Rostiasi MSI, yang kami hormati Bapak Kepala Sekolah SMA Negeri 1 Lembang, Pak Asep Kurniawan, para dewan juri serta adik-adikku yang kami hormati, kami banggakan. Puji dan syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala atas rahmatnya kita masih bisa berkumpul bersilaturahmi dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Ibu Kabid yang saya hormati, izinkan kami selaku panitia kegiatan untuk menyampaikan beberapa hal terkait dengan kegiatan lomba debat tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat. Ajang talenta diadakan untuk membantu peserta didik mengaktualisasikan bakat dan prestasi. Selain itu, ajang ini juga bertujuan untuk mengenali dan mengembangkan anak-anak berbakat di berbagai bidang, terutama yang memiliki potensi talenta di atas rata-rata. Peserta yang berprestasi dalam ajang ini dapat memperoleh berbagai manfaat seperti beasiswa atau kesempatan pembinaan lebih lanjut untuk mengembangkan kemampuan mereka, baik di bidang akademik maupun talenta yang merupakan bagian dari program manajemen talenta yang bertujuan untuk menghasilkan talenta unggul dalam bidang riset dan inovasi, seni dan budaya serta olahraga. Salah satu ajang talenta yang diselenggarakan adalah Lomba Debat Indonesia untuk jenjang pendidikan menengah SMA yang diadakan secara bertingkat mulai dari tingkat sekolah, tingkat kabupaten kota, tingkat provinsi hingga tingkat nasional. Tujuan dan mekanisme bertingkat ini adalah untuk memberi kesempatan yang setara kepada seluruh peserta dari berbagai daerah di Jawa Barat. Penyelenggaraan lomba debat bahasa Inggris ini tahun 2020 di tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat diselenggarakan secara daring. Pelaksanaan lomba debat tahun 2025 ini diharapkan dapat meningkatkan partisipasi siswa ditandai dengan berbagai jumlah peserta yang mendapatkan dan mengikuti seleksi tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat. Dari rangkaian seleksi tersebut terpilih tim dan pembicara terbaik untuk pendidikan nasional. Ibu Kepala Bidang yang saya hormati, selanjutnya untuk memberi pengarahan sekaligus membuka kegiatan lomba debat tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Pak Fajar Mulyawan atas laporan kepanitiaan. Berikutnya, sambutan sekaligus membuka kegiatan oleh Kepala Bidang PSMA Ibu Dr. Ana Hajah Iis Rostiasi MSI. Untuk waktu dan kesempatannya dipersilahkan Ibu.
Terima kasih Ibu acara atau nuhun Bu Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Masih belum terdengar suaranya, mohon maaf Ibu.
Oh, belum? Ini udah di full ya?
Sudah Ibu.
Sudah ada suaranya Bu? Sudah ada? Oh, siap. Terima kasih. Hatur nuhun Ibu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun. Yang terhormat para Dewan Juri NSDC, kemudian Ketua MKKS Provinsi, Kabupaten Kota atau yang mewakili, Kepala Sekolah SMA 1 Lembang, Pak Asep Kurniawan, hatur nuhun atas tempat dan waktunya yang sudah diberikan untuk kelancaran kegiatan ini. Kemudian Ketua MGMP Provinsi, Kabupaten Kota dan pengurus MGMP Bahasa Inggris, para panitia serta peserta NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, puji dan syukur senantiasa kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala bahwa pada pagi hari ini kita bersama-sama dapat mengikuti kegiatan pembukaan lomba debat bahasa Inggris di Provinsi Jawa Barat dalam keadaan sehat walafiat dan semoga seluruh kegiatan berjalan lancar. Kemudian lupa juga salawat dan salam kita haturkan kepada junjungan kita semua, Nabi besar Muhammad SAW. Semoga kita semua menjadi umatnya sampai dengan akhir zaman. Bapak Ibu semua serta para peserta NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat, perlu disampaikan bahwa ajang talenta kegiatan ini diadakan untuk membantu peserta didik mengaktualisasikan bakat dan prestasi. Selain itu, ajang ini juga bertujuan untuk mengenali dan mengembangkan anak-anak berbakat di berbagai bidang, terutama yang memiliki potensi talenta di atas rata-rata. Peserta yang berprestasi dalam ajang ini dapat memperoleh berbagai manfaat seperti beasiswa atau kesempatan pembinaan lebih lanjut untuk mengembangkan kemampuan mereka, baik di bidang akademik maupun profesional. Ajang Talenta merupakan bagian dari program Manajemen Talenta Nasional atau MTN yang bertujuan untuk menghasilkan talenta unggul dalam bidang riset dan inovasi, seni dan budaya, serta olahraga. Salah satu ajang talenta yang diselenggarakan adalah Lomba Debat Indonesia untuk jenjang pendidikan menengah, itu SMA, MA, SMK, MAK, dan sederajat yang diadakan secara bertingkat mulai tingkat sekolah, tingkat kabupaten kota, tingkat provinsi, hingga tingkat nasional. Tujuan dari mekanisme bertingkat ini adalah untuk memberi kesempatan yang setara kepada seluruh peserta dari berbagai daerah di Jawa Barat. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, penyelenggaraan Lomba Debat Bahasa Inggris atau NSDC pada tahun 2025 di tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat diselenggarakan secara daring. Mohon maafnya juga ya Bapak Ibu, ini biasanya dilaksanakan secara langsung atau luring. Saat ini untuk tahun 2025 ini diselenggarakan secara daring. Namun demikian tentu saja tidak mengurangi makna maupun hasil nanti dalam pelaksanaan kegiatan ini. Mudah-mudahan tetap kompeten dan tetap bermanfaat dan tetap bermutu, menjadi nanti menghasilkan peserta-peserta didik atau peserta-peserta yang lebih baik ya. Mudah-mudahan lebih baik dari tahun-tahun sebelumnya. Pelaksanaan Lomba Debat tahun 2025 ini diharapkan dapat meningkatkan partisipasi siswa, ditandai dengan bertambahnya jumlah peserta yang mendaftar dan mengikuti seleksi di tingkat provinsi dibandingkan tahun sebelumnya. Dari rangkaian seleksi tersebut akan terpilih tim dan pembicara terbaik untuk berlaga di tingkat nasional. Mudah-mudahan nanti Jawa Barat juga bisa beraksi ya atau di ajang nasional dan dapat mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik di tingkat nasional. Khusus untuk cabang Lomba Debat Bahasa Inggris, LDI juga bertujuan untuk memilih pembicara terbaik yang nantinya akan mendapatkan kesempatan mengikuti pembinaan atau seleksi menjadi tim Indonesia untuk World School Debating Championship atau WSDC. Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Jawa Barat menjamin penyelenggaraan Lomba Debat Indonesia tahun 2025 tingkat provinsi dapat terlaksana secara tertib, terstandar, dan berkualitas. Semua pihak yang terlibat termasuk panitia, juri, peserta, MGMP, Bahasa Inggris, pendamping, dan pihak lainnya agar dapat melaksanakan kegiatan secara efektif dan efisien. Mudah-mudahan kegiatan ini dapat berjalan lancar dan sukses sesuai dengan tujuan yang diharapkan dan menghasilkan peserta-peserta yang lebih baik dari tahun-tahun sebelumnya dan dapat juga menjadi yang terbaik nanti di tingkat nasional. Atas nama Kepala Dinas Pendidikan, dengan ini maka saya mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Maka Lomba Debat Bahasa Inggris pada Lomba Debat Indonesia atau LDI tahun 2025 tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat secara resmi dibuka. Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Mudah-mudahan acara ini, kegiatan ini berjalan dengan lancar, berjalan dengan baik, dan semuanya profesional dan semuanya mengusung sportivitas dan dapat menghasilkan peserta yang terbaik dan dapat nanti juga menjadi wakil Jawa Barat di nasional dan mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik. Itu saja dari kami. Mohon maaf apabila ada kekurangan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada Ibu Kabid atas sambutan dan sekaligus pembukaannya. Baik Bapak Ibu semuanya, untuk semakin menambah keberkahan kegiatan kita di hari ini, mari kita mengikuti kegiatan pembacaan doa oleh Pak Kiki Nurmawansah SPDI. Untuk waktu dan kesempatannya dipersilahkan Pak Kiki.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu yang dirahmati Allah, mari kita berdoa kepada Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa. Saya memimpin doa menggunakan syariat agama Islam bagi Bapak Ibu yang muslim dapat menyesuaikan sesuai dengan agama dan keyakinan Muslim. Allahumma sholli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sallam. Wa radhiyallahu ta'ala.
Cobain kamu tes gitu ngomong, tapi
wa illam taghfir lana ya Allah, ya Rahman. Tiada kata yang patut kami sebutkan melainkan kemuliaan tertinggi bagi karena hanya atas kuasa Alhamdulillah pada hari ini Rabu tanggal 3 September 2025 kami dapat berkumpul dalam kegiatan NSDC pada hari ini. Begitu ya Allah, berkati dan berdoa acara kami ini. Ya Allah yang Maha Pemberi kami, berilah kami karunia, bukalah pikiran kami, dan berikanlah kami, dan berikanlah kepada kami diri yang cemerlang untuk membangun bangsa ini dengan tinggi dan hidup. Ya Allah, ya Fatih, ya Allah yang berkuasa. Bimbinglah kami dengan hidayah, berkatilah kami selalu dengan takdir, dan jadikanlah hati kami ini selalu ridho dengan penuh. Allahumma arina al-haqqa haqqa warzuqna wa arina al-batila batila warzuqna. Allahumma ya Allah ya Hadi, Tuhan yang tunjukkanlah yang benar itu tanpa keringat dan berikanlah kekuatan kepada kami di tempat yang kami dan tunjukkanlah kepada kami yang salah menggunakan kami yang selama akan kami kuatkan kami ya Allah Tuhan yang Sampaikanlah Tuhan dan Tuhan serta la tujudukan pada itadaitan wa hablan miladun farah serta Tuhan di dunia sana wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada Pak Kiki selaku pembaca doa. Baik, hadirin yang kami muliakan, rangkaian acara demi acara telah kita lalui di kegiatan pembukaan ini. Terima kasih sekali untuk tim pendukung kegiatan dan juga terima kasih kepada yang terhormat Dewan Juri NSDC, Ketua MKKS Provinsi Kabupaten Kota yang mewakili, yang terhormat Kepala Sekolah Ketua MGMP Provinsi Kabupaten Kota dan pengurus MGMP Bahasa Inggris. Juga terima kasih kepada panitia dan peserta NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat. Saya Suningsi selaku MC dalam kegiatan ini mohon maaf jika terdapat kekurangan. Dengan ini kita cukupkan kegiatan pembukaan. Mari kita ucapkan hamdalah bersama-sama. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Baik. Kegiatan pembukaan kita cukupkan sampai di sini. Dilanjutkan dengan kegiatan inti dan akan saya alihkan ke Mas Dapa. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Bu Suningsi. Sekarang waktu pukul 8.27. Kita akan mulai draw release di 8.30. Jadi mungkin untuk tim yang masih bersiap-siap, silakan kita akan mulai draw release di 8.30 ya. Halo semua, draw-nya sudah dirilis. Barusan saya kirim broadcast untuk draw-nya, boleh dicek. Sekarang 8.30, kita akan berikan waktu 15 menit untuk peserta mengubah namanya sesuai dengan format, yaitu round, room, position, go photo op, dan nama. Oke, silakan untuk mengubah nama Zoom-nya sekarang sesuai dengan draw dan format agar kami dapat alokasikan ke dalam breakout room. Terima kasih. Berikut tampilan draw-nya. Silakan untuk mengubah namanya sesuai dengan room yang dialokasikan beserta posisinya. Oke, mungkin bisa klik link yang saya kirim di grup juga ya. Oke, ini saya masih lihat masih ada peserta yang belum mengubah namanya. Tolong untuk diubah sesuai dengan format dan draw yang telah di-share dibagikan tadi. So please change your Zoom name according to the format in the draw given, so we can allocate you to the breakout room. Please ensure that the first part of the format is round one, because right now in round one, and then after that, follow with your room number. So if you are located, let's say in room two, please just write 202, and then follow with your position and also your name. I see several participants wrote down R12 or R3 in the first part of the Zoom name. Please make sure that it's only R1 because we're in round one. Okay. Time is 8 past 35. We're going to launch the motion in 10 minutes in 8 past 45. Okay, reminder for all observers. Jadi untuk Bapak atau Ibu guru yang ingin masuk ke dalam breakout room untuk menonton perdebatan, tolong untuk mengubah juga namanya sesuai dengan format agar bisa kita alokasikan ke breakout room. Kita tidak akan memasukkan observer ke dalam breakout room apabila tidak mengubah format namanya. Jadi silakan untuk mengubah format. Terima kasih. Oke, waktu 8.43 mungkin udah bisa, we'll going to move forward to motion launch. Stanley. Yep.
Alright, hi everyone, I'm Stanley. I will announce the motion for round one. I hope I am audible now. Alright, for round one, the theme for the motion for round one is education. There will be a context slide for this round one. Traditional assessments refer to conventional methods of testing, usually standardized with multiple choice, true or false, or matching type test items. Project-based assessments, or PBA, are the means through which teachers measure students' knowledge gained via project-based learning, or PBL, including but not limited to presentations, written reports, etc. Is there any question about this context slide? Going once, going twice. All right, if there is no question, the motion for round one is: this House believes that schools should replace traditional exams with project-based assessments. The cast building starts now, 30 minutes. The debate starts round one after the 30 minutes cast building. Good luck.
Okay, everyone. Case building time starts now. Debate will start at 9 past 14 WIB. We're going to start the break. We're going to open the breakout room right now.
Oke, guys, untuk rekan-rekan juri kedengaran suaranya? Yang pertama, perhatikan untuk case building seluruhnya harus turn on camera dan tanpa virtual background. Setelah itu jangan lupa untuk record pas speech tanpa konsen, langsung aja untuk kalian nge-record dan recordnya to computer ya. Jadi setelah Zoom-nya selesai atau step from selesai, nanti kalian akan
Ya.
uploadnya ke komputer laptop kalian masing-masing, device kalian
Ya.
masing-masing. Selanjutnya itu untuk scoring, tolong sangat diperhatikan kan sudah diberikan untuk scoring kriterianya supaya benar-benar merefleksikan sesuai dengan manual untuk NSDC.
assessments nurture a better understanding of students. Now, panels, how so? Now, let me give you two scenarios. Scenario A, Charla here is met with an examination with standardized multiple choice. And scenario B, my friend here, Alpha, is met with a 1-week project assessment, making a report about gravity's force. Now, what is the conclusion? Number one, Charla will learn for the material and will only memorize, and in the end will gradually forget the material and the problems as well. But number two, Alpha will develop better soft skills and ultimately learn better and understand it better. Why, panels? Because project-based assessment, firstly, as I have mentioned in my opening speech, firstly, nurtures a better understanding and develops many soft skills such as critical thinking, teamwork skills, and creativity skills, in which those are all problems that we are met in the future, and that those are skills that we need to assess them with. Now, this is why we win on our side. Now, number two, panels, project-based assessments are ethically better. Panels, project-based assessments allow for a better, transparent quality checking opposed to standardized testing. And of course, panels, this is a fact that standardized testing is very prone to cheating. Now, panels, on their side of the house, they might even ask, on both sides, it is prone to cheating. But panels, on our side of the house, doing applicable standardized project assessments, you can see the process from beginning to the end. You can see through the report, but multiple choice is usually you're in a classroom and you're faced with like one paper, and of course it's prone to cheating. You can look through your teammates. You can even sneak a couple of external notes. So of course, panels, this is why we win on our side, because it is ethically better and easier and more transparent. Because panels, imagine what happens when your SNBP quota gets stolen by someone who regularly cheats on their test. Of course, this is why, panels, we believe that project-based assessments are way better than traditional assessments such as standardized testing. Panels, of course, as I have mentioned, that in this debate, schools, we believe that these traditional examinations should be replaced by project-based assessment in schools from kindergarten to 12th grade, because this is where our Indonesia's education main focus is, from K to 12. And moving to my third and last argument of my debate, of my speech, is that project-based assessment assesses theory over memorization. This is a very important part, because we know that, panels, theory is more important than memorization. Because, panels, linking back to my first argument, project-based assessments nurture a better understanding of theory. Because, panels, if you are to learn for a standardized test, a multiple choice test, many people are prone to just learn, but they learn for the sake those tests. They don't learn for the sake of understanding. Many people just memorize the kisi-kisi in Bahasa Indonesia. And of course, panels, this is the problem in standardized traditional assessments, because, panels, students only learn for the test, not for understanding, opposed to our side of the house, where we focus on project-based assessments. We are able to in real life, we're able to applicate what we learn and what we do. So two things: what we learn for the project-based assessment, and we applicate it in real life. We make a project, we make a presentation, we make portfolios, and many more. And of course, panels, you know that this is a fact, because you learn by doing, not learn by memorizing, because it fosters a better understanding of the material. Of course, panels, again, the government side of the house is met with an urgency today, that Indonesia is met with a big burden, and that is to achieve Indonesia Emas 2045. Today, we must better the quality of education in Indonesia. we must improve education in Indonesia. And what is the answer, panels? The answer is to replace traditional assessment, and we replace it with project-based assessment, because panels, as I have stated in my 3 arguments, that project-based assessments are better and nurture a better understanding for students. This is why on our side of the house, we win in this debate. We have better arguments, and of course, this is why the proposition of this debate is very proud to propose this motion. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for the first speaker of proposition. I would like to call the first speaker of opposition. Please, Jihan.
I'm sorry. Personal. Yeah. Can I ask something?
About the personal feedback.
Yeah. During my speech, there was no knock for the time, and I don't really know how much time I had left. So
Oh yeah. Maybe for the next round, I will be for the next speaker, I will be remind you on the chat. But please also do set your own timer.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So, hi, am I audible?
Recording stopped.
Okay.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Is this enough, or should I make my voice louder?
That's enough. That's enough.
Oh, okay. I will start my speech in. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Panels, imagine an idea where you literally graduate from schools and you literally receive a scores based on your teammates' competency, which won't be equal for you, right? Imagine when your teammates literally achieve 50 points and you have to receive the exact same scores because you are literally in the same group. When in fact, you literally more than that. But first of all, I will give you some reply and rebuttal on some cases that the prop have been giving to us. First of all, panels, please notice that their side doesn't actually understand what exam and assessment is. Exam and assessment will literally look like the reason why you were receiving scores, the reason why you literally graduate from schools, right? Meanings you on the other side, they will literally make traditional exams go, and then
Recording in
students
progress.
graduating will fully depends on how they literally works on project and on how the teammates works under their side of the house. Okay, but the second of all, the proposition team mentions things about, oh, SNBT is full of cheating because people literally cheat on the exam. But that means panels, please notice, you don't have to replace the traditional exam, because the reason why it is SNBT full of cheating is because it's because of a messed up system. You literally doesn't have to replace it, and which means the education systems have to make betterment of the systems itself, of the mechanism itself, so that the SNBT will be more likely minimal.
And this. I'm going to first talk about objectivity, and second of all, I'm going to talk about effectivity, way to develop fundamental learnings within these students. First layer then, objectivity. The problem within the world right now, or in our propositions world, there is no clear metric. Most of the time, it's up to the teacher regarding these project-based assessments, right? Because we have to know and we have to acknowledge on mostly these assessments are based on creativity, based on maybe like the way you write, the way you like present your presentation. This is something that you can't really have a clear metric on like standardizing, right? The problem with this is that it's inherently harmful and wrong. This diminishes students to not really have the will to even do good in school, because they have this understanding that, oh, my teacher will probably just grade me based on my creativity. It's then will disincentivize them from learning to the actual long run of their future, right? But also, second layer is about effectivity. Like growth on students, like grade school students, needs to be taken care of. This is the young phase and the early stages of their life. So therefore, it needs to be nourished, right? Their well-being and their whole basics to learn need to be secure. The likelihood in our side is that it's easier to digest and to comprehend from students. For example, like theories from like the books example, it's much more easier for students to be able to access, to be able to understand, because these teachers also have the incentive to be able to understand this, because this is what teachers like study about in like their college. And also there's going to be a clear metric. It means that it's easier to analyze and survey. And also lastly, on accessibility, this isn't limited to like a wealth pay gap. For example, like students don't have to pay for transport. And also the impacts in our side is first the effectivity of studying. Students are able to focus on the fundamentals. They're able to understand the basics and theoretical nuance. Second of all, objectivity. Since there are clear metrics, students are incentivized to study more in our side, because then they have this understanding that, oh, teachers will be rational enough to actually grade my assignments regarding the clear metric, right? But even if you say on proposition that you can't generalize all students, no, untrue. First, traditional learning implements real life interpretation. For example, like in economy, you can actually have like tests regarding the implementation of certain economic policies. But also, even in our worst case, it's probably going to be symmetric, because not all students can actually learn or speak publicly in their side of the house, right? This is important because everyone should be able to have the accessibility to learn. Everyone should be able to have the effectivity in learning. Also, yeah, PLI. Going once, twice. Okay, third. Okay. Moving on to
Sorry,
yeah.
muting. I would like to also state that while it is using project-based assessments, that doesn't mean that the teachers don't use material from the textbooks. They still use it to teach.
Yeah, I feel like, but that's the difference between project-based assessments. Basically, when you use project-based assessment, it's much more harder for you to grade it, because there's no clear metric on like what creativity, or like, for example, when you're writing a paper, yeah, like there is a certain bias, because like maybe teachers like will like when students use this word, or like use like maybe Oxford Dictionary. Second argument then is about how this creates a fixed cost on opposition's world with assessment, project-based assessment, right? The premise here is that project-based assessments are usually relatively much more expensive. Why? From time and transportation. When students have to gather up data, when students have to like do interviews within like outside of their schools, there are much more higher costs of transportation. It means there are higher costs of actual resources that are being used into these project-based assessments, right? This is a significant harm. The magnitude of harm is inherently different from our side, because the magnitude of harm in their side, it's actually much more harmful for the students, because this is not only like, let's compare here. It's much more cheaper for you to study like at home in the comfort of your home, as opposed to you having to go outside to different parts of places using like different parts of like transportation to be able to get there to those places, just for you to like maybe gather up data, for you to like do these types of projects. It's much more expensive than in their side of the world and in their side of the house. The problem here is it's inaccessibility. It's something that proliferates within the education system. This affects them to enable students like to actually reach their highest potential, because due to the fact that maybe it's hard for them to be in the capitalistic means. Let's give context. In rural areas, marginalized areas, it's very hard for you to be able to generalize and standardize that everyone could have this much capital to do these project types of assessments, right? This is not, it's important for us to be able to provide an education that is ensure the effectivity and efficiency. Incredibly proud to oppose.
All right, I thank for that space to continue the case on government team. I welcome the second speaker of government team. Here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Koneksinya unstable. Please give us a minute. Our connection is a bit unstable.
Factual on our side of the house. Why? Why, you may ask, why can't this happen on their side of the house? Because by having strictly PBA only, which is just like based on the opinions of teachers who watch the presentation, you'll never, it's never going to be objective. It's going to be fully on the opinions of the teachers. Teachers think that student A is good, but student B is bad. But another teacher, like for example, earlier it was teacher X who thought that student A is good and student B is bad. But then what about teacher X? Teacher X may think that student A is bad and student B is good. So it's never going to be objective on their side of the house. You need to prove it. That's a burden to you.
Hello.
Now,
Sorry.
moving on to our second justification.
Hello, sorry. We accidentally
Why?
left
Why do we
call.
really
Can we-
need the both of
can we
them
go
to
into the breakout room
coexist?
of,
Because
room
we have two
6?
layers to this argument. Firstly, we're going to need soft skills and hard skills. In the future, when you graduate, you're going to need to have both of these. Soft skills include like public speaking skills, and hard skills include like the ability for you to do theories. Why? In the future, both skills are needed. In the workplace, you're going to be needing both. Like, for example, you're an engineer. You need to be proven by traditional assessments. You need to get in the university. You even need traditional assessments. And but you also need to be able to communicate with other people. And that's why project-based assessments is needed. But you cannot replace it. You cannot replace traditional assessments with those. Now, moving on to our second layer. It's about options. There are two kinds of students: people who are good
ini
at
sudah
traditional
dimasukkan ke
assessments,
dalam
and
breakout room.
second, people who are better at PBA.
Sisa di
That's
save
why you
aja.
cannot generalize all students by just putting PBA. You're removing options.
Coba
This will
klik
be
more,
explained more
terus
in our
nanti ada
second
option
and
breakout
third
room, terus
speaker.
klik
Thank
join
you. We are
breakout room.
proud to oppose.
Okay, thank you everyone for your fine
Yang ke
speech.
disconnect ya.
Thank
Ini
you LO
lagi
for your
joining.
fine speech. Also, I'm so sorry for I'm leaving the room, so the chat is empty. And please, can you guys do it again for the reply for the speaker order is going to be first, second, also third, and also the reply speaker on the chat box. So sorry, guys. Okay. To continue the debate on the government side, I'm calling upon the second speaker of the government team. Debat.
I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Greetings, honorable education, my respected peers of the opposition. My name is James Igor Matthew as the second of the government. And I am here to stand firmly with the government that we fully agree with the House beliefs that schools should replace traditional exams with project-based assessments. And here, as second speaker, I will be continuing on the arguments that the first speaker has made and adding on with points that I have made myself. So, to expand on the arguments that have been made, I will be presenting my first point. In project-based assessments, during PBAs, it allows to assess themselves in an aspect of teamwork. When we are viewing this from the lens of
Tapi ada
a
yang
real-life
mereka nggak
work
ubah namanya, jadi kan
application,
kita nggak tahu dia mau masuk forum berapa, tapi
theory
yang udah
is
ubah namanya udah dimasukkan
trumped
semua.
by real teamwork application. You can memorize all the theories that you want, understand all the aspects that you need. However, if you lack the necessary skills that you need in a real working environment, you will not be as successful. So in project-based assessments, it is a sort of avenue that these students can take where they can train their ability of teamwork. For example, the ability that they need to communicate with one another, with their peers and employees. And these skills will become very vital in real life work. If someone is, say, intelligent, they understand the needs of their work, they know the theories behind the job they've taken, but they lack the teamwork ability they have to communicate with their peers, how will they advance in that working career? They will lack the necessary ability.
Okay. I'll be starting my speech. Second. Okay. Recording my speech in 3, 2, 1. School is a place for students to prepare for what's going to come up in the next step ladder. A place where every student should feel like they're able to compete in the fairest and most inclusive way as an appreciation and empowerment for pure competition. Panels, we say that this will only work and can only be accomplished under our side of the house. Why? The main problem of government case is that they have never mentioned a single mechanism of how can they cater this project-based assessment to every country or every place as possible. They have not once mentioned how can students study for this PBA, upcoming PBA session, and how can students have the incentives to actually study for them in the first place. Again, their main, the second problem that they gave, all of their arguments are not exclusive at all. For example, let's just rebut all of their arguments to begin with to understand how this is just a crumbled down arguments. They explain about cheating, right? The thing is, we say cheating will always exist in any case whatsoever. Your side will still have cheating, our side will still have cheating. Why? Because first, people will always have different resources and people will always have different privileges themselves, right? When you say that people will use AI to cheat on a lot of tests, exam-based tests, first we say that this is unlikely because there are pengawas, there are people who will monitor exams in the first place, and even if they still indeed cheat, in the end of the day, if they were to be a part of an integration of the social and society themselves, people would know that this person is not truly bright, this person is not truly smart, and it's gonna be a social sanction for that person himself or themselves, right? And second of all, cheating can still happen in project-based learning or assessment, solely because a lot of rich people will cheat on pay to win. They can just buy jockey, they can just buy a lot of expensive materials to make the presentation better, to make their project even better. They can buy a lot of things, a lot of people to teach them, to have courses how to make a best project in this, right? And if you say that this is not cheating, we would say that in the end of the day, you haven't set any mechanism on how to properly score this project-based assessment. So we can say that people can just pay for someone to make their project, right? Even if they need to do presentation, all of the work behind can actually be cheated in the first place. So this is just not mutually exclusive at all. Second, they talk about the growth of education. We say that this is just not a great argument because education will always grow no matter what in your side of the house and our side of the house. And we have already have the proof, because we see that alongside of like Indonesian graphic, a lot of Indonesian students have become more ambitious, have become more literate nowadays because they are trying to fight to get into University of Indonesia using SNBT or something like that, right? Meaning that they still have like growth in education, they still have the incentive to like be more literate, etc. And then they talk about leverage, about like this, it will involve culture, like involve like agriculture, a lot of business and economics. We say that this is not as exclusive as us because when we say that a lot of traditional based like assessment will literally hold the entirety of any single knowledge, any single form of subject in etc. Like there will like always be like a language, linguistic subject, science, etc. While your side of the house, it's not exclusive because projects are actually being made as like an application of these main subjects to begin with. And lastly, they talk about like technology, right? We just say that again, this is just not exclusive because technology will always be something that's going to make the system corrupt, right? Because when you say that, oh, not many people have CBT, stuff like that, we already have a mitigation of like people who don't have computers, they can go to like certain universities to like attend SNBT, right? They don't need to have their own laptop, it's okay. And on your side of the house, you haven't mentioned that people who have phones will always have better project than people who don't have phones. Why? Because they have more like research material, they have more ways to search on the internet, while people who don't have quota and stuff like that, they will always suffer and they don't know how to do their projects right. So in the end of the day, technology is like not exclusive at all. Therefore, all of the arguments are gone, are out of the debate, and it just crumbles down eventually. Let's get into our my clarifications then. We will say that this mechanism will apply in schools and every time they'll hold an assessment or examination, meaning that this can actually be on like school level or like national level, meaning that if every schools apply government system, then traditional based tests like SNBT, SATs, etc. will like be eliminated, because if not, no student will be qualified to do so. They will like most likely it will look like universities will change and replace their like system by having like examination system for portfolio, CV, etc. that will like facilitate your project, right? Because in the end of the day, SNBT will not like work. And then also many applicative and practical school exists. There is SMK, there is a lot of polytech and a lot of things that can actually facilitate project. If some people, some students are like want to work legit after school, they want to work, they don't want to get university degree, they will always have a choice to actually go to these practical schools. If you are the type of person who cannot do like essays, you cannot actually choose between like multiple choice questions, you will always have the choice to get into like a more inclusive schools in the end of the day. So this is just like it's already fixed in the status quo itself, right? And also the third one is that TBA will still exist on our side of house. It's just not going to be like the metrics of examination of or like going to like the next class or like going to university, right? So then my first argument, we're talking about education exclusivity. Status quo says that we are limited with resources. And they talk about funds, right? We need to say that funds are limited and Indonesia is going on in efficiency. Like a lot of like funds for education is cut down. That's why like now we have like online NSDC, right? And even if we will bite the bullet, fund is unlimited. Okay, you can go like 100 trillion on this PBA. But in the end of the day, inherently, resources of each city, country, and continent will always be different. The resources in Jawa Timur and the resources in Depok is different. They have more agricultural needs and we don't. In the end of the day, the PBA will never be inclusive and there will always be like a difference between each region and each city. This will lead into like the subjectivity that my first speaker has already said. And then the first layer is that not every subject can be applied as a project. Yes, you can use the fundamentals of it, but in order for my high-level thinking order analysis, for example, like quantum physics or like astronomy, many topics cannot be proven directly through projects, right? You cannot just prove that the sun is really huge. You cannot do that. You will only like the only way for you to like send the deep analysis of it is to actually go through traditional examinations. And B, rich students to win, just like what I said, because they have more resources, higher chance to have better quality materials and projects to facilitate. A lot of people have complained that through P5 to the Project Pancasila that you're really proud of, a lot of people have complained that their entire money is gone because they need to buy like styrofoams, they need to buy paint, they need to buy for other things that in the end of the day will not be used in the end, like again. And then second argument is about education's urgency. We know that the modern problem is literation. A lot of people don't like to read books and they don't see books as valuable anymore. And this is harmful to the knowledge preservation and legacy simply because if no one wants to be a professor, no professor level intelligence can be passed down down in the end of the day, and like the next generation is going to be messed up. And why this problem can only be fixed with traditional examination? Because details and theories can be 100%, details and theories cannot be 100% applied in projects. You can understand deep meanings and you can be tested in traditional exams about like the entirety of quantum physics, but you cannot deeply understand the 100% logic of it in like project-based learning and project-based assessment, right? And then B, at the very least, our side of the house, people are prepared for both basics and applicative, while on your side of the
examinations, we do something to project-based learning. Second is about curriculum standard, that we can still improve our critical thinking and life skill with project-based learning, but we prove examinations as valuable system. And that's why we, as the opposition team, is really clear to achieve a mechanism and solutions in these situations. We emphasize again that we in this house really believes that school should replace traditional exams with a project-based learning, and we totally agree, and we already declared about the reasons and the urgency. Thank you.
Thank you to the second speaker of the opposition side of the House. Next is moving to the third speaker, Government Whip of the government side of the House. Hear, hear.
The linguistic aspect, and then the art, or even in the PKWU. And if you need to create that project, first of all, you need to save your money, and then, or even you need to ask your mom about the money. And I think it will burn your saving money in your pocket, since we are not employed, and then we have non-limited money. And then I still talk about the academic way. Well, first of all, if we still applied our traditional examinations, there is a side that will get the more beneficial of it. First, of course, student, because I'm talking about student because after all, we are student. Commonly in Indonesia, the students still ask money from their parents, right? Because they are unemployed. Well, that's why I still believe that we should not apply the assessment project, because it will burn their parents' money. It will make their mentally. I'm sorry. Yes.
You still prove? Can you prove to us on why those? Okay, we have to ask for our parents for money, etc. Why?
related to the subject, which causes students to recall the lessons clearer while also developing skills like creativity, problem solving, and teamwork, all of which are necessary in the modern day workforce. All right.
Right? You were saying about test anxiety, right? Well, actually, your teammate has stated about presentation. What about those people who are afraid and have anxiety of presenting the materials? Isn't it the same case and the same scenario?
It may be the same case in the same scenario, but at the end of the day, PBA, at the end of the day, if someone is afraid of presenting, they are not doing it alone. They will be assisted and they will be assisted by their friends and teammates, and they will slowly grow more comfortable with presenting rather than the presentation being a one-off project in the typical traditional learning curriculum.
Yeah,
All right.
So you mean if presenting is going by a group, it doesn't make someone is anxiety of presenting?
Well, of course, it makes somebody have anxiety if they're presenting. That's a natural reaction. But while being in a group, reduces the chances.
I'm sorry, you're not audible.
All right. Being in a group while presenting means that if you do have anxiety, you are able to rely on your teammates to assist you and comfort you through the presentation. For example, if you're unable to answer a question or explain a material correctly, your friends are able to assist you in doing so. Even if you do have anxiety, being in a group, or else known as PBA, it will help you learn to adjust, adapt, and slowly but surely gain
PBA is more complex and traditional exams is been here from a long time ago, and it has been proven it has been successfully prove the students' capabilities and all of the stuff. Meanwhile, the PBA is not haven't able to completely replace the traditional exams because it is unreasonable to do projects to replace the exams because it's unreasonable. And the second point of the first speaker is that mentioned that exams only focus on the result score. That is false because traditional exams include essays which in essays we can prove our knowledge by writing an essay, and with that way we can actually know how far students actually about the material. Meanwhile, on the other hand, PBA is not accurate because, like, I mean, if you give the project like the result of the, I mean, like the product of the project, I mean, like the teacher, I mean, like the students can just like pay other people to do their work, and like the project is not made by themselves. It's from people work, other people work, not by themselves. Like, I mean, like, traditional exams not only focus on the results, okay, and like. For the third point of the first speaker is that cheating, mentioned about cheating, but like you ignore, the government team ignore about how high rates of the PBA itself, because like in PBA, it can cheat too. They can cheat too by paying other people to do their job, right? And like for the second speaker of the government team mentioned about the traditional exams make students not really understand about the material. I mean, like, how about mathematics? Like, I mean, like in mathematics, you do not only know about the theory itself, but you have to know about how to solve the questions. You have to know about how to, like, you don't only remember the I mean, like, the equation, but you also have to know about how to solve it, how to solve it from the beginning to the end, how you can actually know the result of the question. You do not only understand, but you have to know about how to solve the question from the beginning to the end. And like the second point of the second speaker of the government team has mentioned about like the perfect score. I mean, like, what about PBA? Because PBA is more complicated, because like, I mean, like, how can you the teacher gave like equity to all of the students? I mean, like, how can you give like how can you give score equal for all of the students if you feel like the posters? I mean, like, you cannot include all of the theory in book to the poster, and how do you know how far students understanding with a poster, only in a poster, okay? And like the third point of the second speaker of the government team mentioned about education is to make students smarter, not cheating. I mean, like, that is the point, because PBI itself can cause the actual cheat. I mean, like, in traditional exams, it's not the fault of the method, it's the fault of the security of the school itself, or like some stuff like that. So it's not the fault of the method, it's not the fault of traditional exam. And like the fourth point of the second speaker of the government team has stated about time is not the point or not important in like education. I mean, like, the more time it costs, the less material or the chapter the student missed. I mean, like, if one project of the PBA costs like 5 hours, I mean, like, the less material or the less theory they receive from the teacher, like the less chapter they receive. That means the more time it costs, the less material or chapter they missed. And like from the third speaker of the opposition team mentioned about in real work, PBA is more beneficial. I mean, like, how can you explain that there is like profession like doctor? I mean, like, they need like biology, which is like, I mean, like, it's essential for you to understand completely about the actual theory without just like, I mean, like, if we biology with PBA, would it be effective if you want to be a doctor? Which, I mean, like, biology is, biology is essential if you actually know the theory or work. And like, now moving on to my
know that all of the educational systems that they made is actually in an edge of a cliff, which is very, very bad conditions for us. Well, the some kind of new curriculum, Palima, is very, very bad. They even say themselves that this project is a failure. Failure. Ivan, Palima, or maybe a new curriculum is taught us about a project. It's only for the assignment. But if not only for the assignment, but for the exams, don't you all ever think about how stressed the students is? I mean, not only they should trying to focusing on their life, but also this a big assignment. So there's also can be an an inequality that could happen, such as if you're talking about a group project, there will be a very bad conditions, just like my second speaker said. What if in a project full of people, for like 5 people, but there are only one people who works on it? So who will develop? Can all of them develop, or maybe just only one person? Y'all didn't even think about that. Okay, so also for the individual project, there will be a very big burden that they should try to hold on. For example, if a student gave, if the teachers gave a project to the student and the student is need to complete the project, they have a lot of burden, not only mentally but also economically. For example, they should try to finish
And reports don't assure you that they're really studying, as my third speaker and my second speaker had said. Presenting and reports are not even studying. It is the outcome of the project-based learning that they're done. So technically, it's not learning. And our argument is still the strongest because with project-based learning, grading is subjective. With our first speaker, second speaker, and third speaker had said, not effective for an individual and for the later generation to come. We strongly believe that we belong to win because our argument is stronger. And as my second speaker has stated, an evidence for project-based learning and its unfairness to its grading. She was the only one who does the project, but everyone gets the same grade. It is extremely unfair. And I'm going to be reviewing some of these things that the government team had said. The pros had said that not all PBA is in groups, but our first speaker said most of them are in groups because rarely there are in individual projects. It is called projects because it takes a lot of things to do, a lot of divisions to do. That's why it is mostly used in groups. And subjective grading still exists. We ran. So the second speaker said that they will learn a lot about soft skills, but as my third speaker said, they don't really use it in exams. They don't really use it in SNBT or UN exams. We rely on traditional based exams, as my third speaker had said, and we strongly believe that we deserve to win because our argument is better and it works better and it's more right for the individual, for the curriculum, and for the school, and for the later generation to come. I, as the reply speaker of the opposition team, and that is it for my argument.
Okay, well, thank you for the last speaker. And next, let's go to the last person from the government, the reply speaker, Dia.
I'm gonna start my speech in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, they start about, oh, it's urgency for your work, for example, because you have this kind of experience. But they never explain to us why does the company will accept your project on high school rather than from your university, for example. But two, they never explain to us what was the parameter for them to go to university or joining university or maybe get accepted by university. Because in their side, I think this kind of whole mechanization toward joining some university, for example, maybe this kind of test were disabled because the traditional exam was therefore was banned or disbanded. But three, I think you need to notice it takes more time and money. Why is it not a problem in their side? But they said about in POI, they said about, oh, Indonesia is still struggling within the education system. Therefore, I think it's contradictory your own argument they said about that in the POI. But to answer this, I think you need to realize, you need to notice, firstly, why does all of the people, all of the students and the teacher was struggling toward this kind of education system in Indonesia, because there is some kind of changing of educational system or maybe curriculum. Because the government, however, just add this one P5, for example, maybe project blah blah blah. But firstly, why does the teacher was exhausted or maybe struggling with this kind of new system? Because firstly, I think they are not adapt to it because there never this kind of training came from it. But when this kind of things was regulated by the government, they forced to go to this kind of training camp. It made them exhausted because this teacher have this kind of lot of work in the school too. They need to realize this player was blah 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 and this student and A, B, C was really bad and blah blah blah. But they forced to go to this camp and just exhausted their whole forces of body. But two, I think the student will realize too why they're struggling with this educational system. Because firstly, they're wasting a lot of money in the first place. Why? I think when you want to do this kind of project, for example, project-based learning or whatsoever, I think you need to give us some kind of a capital, for example. It's not a little capital too, it's big capital. Why do you need this kind of capital to go out, even though the output was only for grading system only? It's not going toward your company, for example, maybe toward your work, for example, even though, okay, you got this kind of experience, but this is the thing that making you struggle. So doesn't mean it just contradicting your own argument proposition. But
is very important for other years that I do. And for the other actually
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Okay, hi everyone. Congratulations for finishing the first round. We're going to start the second round in 2 minutes on 11 a.m. WIB. So please be on standby. Thank you, everyone. Okay, before we release the draw, quick roll call for all the teams. Okay. Kota Bandung, are you here?
Yes,
Okay, Kota Bandung is here. Kota Banjar. Kota Banjar. Kota Banjar. Kota Bekasi. Kota Bekasi.
Right here.
Oke. Kota Bogor.
Here and complete.
Kota Cimahi.
Here complete.
Kota Cirebon.
Here.
Kota Depok.
Present.
Kabupaten Bandung. Kabupaten Bandung. Kabupaten Bandung Barat.
We're here and we're complete.
Bekasi. Kabupaten Bekasi. Ya. Kabupaten Bogor.
Here.
Kabupaten Ciamis.
Present.
Kabupaten Cianjur.
Here, here.
Kabupaten Kabupaten Cirebon.
Present here.
Kabupaten Garut. Kabupaten Garut.
Hadir, Kak.
Kabupaten Indramayu. Kabupaten Indramayu. Kabupaten Indramayu.
Hadir.
Kabupaten Karawang.
We're
Kabupaten,
here.
Kabupaten Kuningan.
Here complete.
Kabupaten Majalengka.
Here complete.
Kabupaten Pangandaran.
Present.
Kabupaten Purwakarta. Kabupaten Purwakarta.
We are here.
Kabupaten Subang.
We're here.
Kabupaten Sukabumi.
Present and complete.
Kabupaten Sumedang.
Here.
Kabupaten Tasikmalaya.
Present and complete.
Kota Sukabumi.
We're complete.
Swing team. Swing team. Swing team. Ya. Kota Tasikmalaya.
Present.
Kota Tasikmalaya.
Present.
Kota Banjar. Kota Banjar.
We're here.
Last one, Kabupaten Bandung.
Here and complete.
Yep, all teams are here. Releasing the draw. Hi everyone. We're having problems with the server. Just please give us a couple minutes to help to solve this. Okay. In the meantime, please still be on standby. Once the server is back on, we're going to proceed with the giveaways. Hi everyone. We have released the draw for round 2. Again, just like what we did earlier in the first round, directly please rename your username according to the format. If you want to see the draw, you can go in the WhatsApp group and click the link written in the broadcast I've sent just now. Jadi untuk teman-teman sudah bisa mulai mengubah nama Zoom-nya sesuai dengan format. Untuk link draw-nya udah saya kirim di WhatsApp group, jadi bisa dicek linknya. Silakan untuk mengubah Zoom-nya sekarang. Terima kasih. Kita akan release motion-nya di pukul 10.15. Ya, 11.15. Dan mohon dipastikan juga, pastikan R2 ya, bukan R1, karena kita di ronde 2. Terima kasih. Okay. I still see several participants still using R1 in their name. Please change your Zoom name right now according to the format and the updated draw. Participants in room 3, I haven't seen any participants who should be debating in room 3 to rename their Zoom name according to the updated draw. Please update your Zoom name right now so we can allocate you to the breakout room. Okay. We're going to release the draw in 3 minutes. In the meantime, release the motion in 3 minutes. In the meantime, please just rename your Zoom name according to the format and the updated draw. Okay, everyone, last reminder to rename your Zoom name. Before we release the motion, there's an announcement from the equity team to Alia. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Kadafa. Hi, everyone. Equity team representative here. We would like to give just a gentle reminder for future rounds. Since we have been receiving several cheating allegations / suspicions, so we want to reinforce the equity that cheating or searching through online platform or using AI or any external helps during case building is strictly prohibited. For now, we would just provide gentle reminder, but if there is any significant advance in the particular matter, we would not be hesitant to process it. So please refrain from such behavior and maintain an equitable debate. Thank you. That's all for equity team.
Okay, thank you, Alia, for the reminder for everyone. After this, we're going to release the motion, giving it to Padani.
Okay. All right, so everyone, dear debaters, I hope you are still going very strong. Okay, now listen up, guys. Welcome to round 2. And the motion from round 2 for round 2 is this House regrets the rise of social media as the primary source of news distribution. This House regrets the rise of social media as the primary source of news distribution. Okay. And the case building, you have to go to the breakout room, okay? You can start the case building from now.
Okay, case building time starts now. Debate will start at 11 past 46. Opening the breakout room second now. We're going to send the motion in the WhatsApp group as well. So please be on standby. Case building time starts now. We're going to open the breakout room. Good luck, everyone.
Suara Kak Juri, mohon di
Untuk Bapak Ibu observer, ini kita belum masukkan ke breakout room ya, karena masih case building time. Jadi kita akan baru masukkan ke dalam breakout room sekitar 11.45 atau 11.46, begitu case building time sudah selesai. Jadi mungkin untuk yang mau di-allocate ke breakout room, untuk sementara silakan ubah format namanya sesuai dengan yang dijelaskan tadi, dengan ronde, room, observer, dan nama. Ronde, room, observer, dan nama, biar kita bisa masukkan ke dalam breakout room. Terima kasih.
don't realize it. Even though you've already gave out awareness about making sure we double cross or cross check any infos that might be roaming around in the internet, making sure that the news is valid enough for us to trust. But sometimes we somehow reflexively, instantly just believe on those news. That's why that actually the rising of having social media as a place for news distribution is actually a regret. So I don't think we should actually be focusing on that. The thing that we should actually be focusing is that social media, yes, it's a great place to spread awareness, but then again, like I said, we should actually be careful and to be sure that actually there's a lot of hawks or bad news out there that shouldn't actually be the news that we should trust. Because from the other side of the house, you guys might say that the reader or the viewer of the news should be the one that be double checking the news, is it valid or not? But again, usually news are just spreaded and the readers would take in those news as a conclusion to what's happening in the world. So what's actually more important? Making sure the news we're spreading is valid enough, or just making sure the news is spread faster? Valid and confirmation is important. Factuality is important. Why do we regret the rise of social media as a primary source of news distribution? Is because now the social media isn't as reliable as it seems. People nowadays seem to be more dependent on social media for news distribution, to get to know about any news updates, rather than actually watching the news broadcast that can actually be much more valid rather than from the social media. Like buzzers, provocators are spread throughout the social media nowadays, that and they can actually be the source to widespread news. Since we realize that right now news distribution through social media is creating a bad impact to people, by meaning it can cause misunderstandings and even cause conflict in the internet with the people that we don't actually know by person. But somehow, due to those misunderstandings, a conflict can happen. We're trying to minimize any misunderstandings. No, thank you. We're trying to minimize any misunderstandings that might occur in the future. We're trying to minimize any conflicts that might occur in the future because we do not want to risk any conflicts that might be happening. And if you think about it, watching real-time news is actually much more neutral because they focus more on reporting about any news and updates that's happening right now in the world. And it doesn't lean to any sides. Instead, on social media, if you see clearly, sometimes it would actually lean to two different type of groups. It's either between pro or the cons, which could actually cause new conflicts. So we should actually be focusing on making sure that we give out valid information to the people, even though it is great to share awareness as fast as we can, but validation and transparency should be the priority as well. Since we're now in a digital era, which you on the other side of the house would say that we should actually be using social media because we're in the digital era and people are much more have easy access to social media. Yes, they do have easy access to social media, but please do in mind that even though it's great to share awareness as fast as we can, but the validation, it's still important. And we should be also accepting the fact that now social media is much more dominant to this era. As I said before, yes, social media is part of the digital era, and yes, it is part of the dominant in this era, but we should also focus on making sure that it's safe, that social media itself, it's safe. We need to be able to make sure that information or news that people get will give a good impact to them and have a good outcome for them and for us. We are here to minimize any upcoming conflicts that might occur in the future that are possibly caused by social media. So that is why that we think that we actually do regret the rise of social media as a primary source of news distribution. Because then again, social media, even though it's a good place for any news distribution or any updates that might happen in this world, but the risk that would happen if we keep on making this happen, like if we keep on letting this go through, it could be there could be any big problems out there that could be happen due to the misunderstandings, due to the false information, due to anything that might happen in this world. Because if we let this thing happen, if we risk it, then we would have to be able to find out a solution to make sure that the news distribution is valid enough. Because again, social media is sometimes not really transparent. Sometimes it doesn't really show us like how the transparency of the news itself. But if you like watch more from reliable news, local news televisions or like local news websites, usually there are minimum risk for them to be able to be spreading any hoax or unvalid news, because usually those people, the real journalists and those people who actually do broadcast those news, they already have true and valid actual sources from what they get from their headquarters. So that is why that this house schools do regret the rise of social media and as a primary source of news distribution, and we are proud to propose. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for the first speaker for her case. Now let's move on to the opposition. The opposition, please welcome the first speaker from the opposition.
Check, am I audible? All right. I'll start my speech in 3. All right, sorry, let me stand first. I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Does your daily habit include watching the TV or listening to your neighbors or even reading a page of newspapers? I really doubt so. Did you know? How did you know? How did you know about the current recent news if it's not from your friends' post or recent repost about something? How did you know if it's not up to social media campaigns? How would you know? Now, us right now, as informed as we are, proves to us why we are so proud to oppose the motion of this House regrets the rise of social media as a primary source of distribution. Now, as for the roadmap, I as the first speaker will try to rebut and also present some of the substantives of our studied team, and then our second speaker will rebut and expand the substantives of the team, while our third speaker will further rebut and sum up the discussion of this motion. Now, before I start off with any of my stuff, I would like to first agree on some of the definitions. Actually, one of the definition. One of the definitions that they give is that social media is an online platform to express trends or update information. And I want to tell you that unfortunately, the definition of rise and primary is not being up there. So I'm just going to put it for you. Rising, it means to increase the usage of social media. And by primary, right here is our stance. Our stance is primary. The keyword in this motion is primary, not on. And then you guys also said that when you read something on the social media, you come up to a conclusion, blah, blah, blah. But I think that's clearly not the main point of this argument, because that is the person's lack of digital literacy. That is not the argument that we're trying to prove about how social media is used as a primary source of information. Now, also, to include there, to minimize misinformations, social media would be the primary, and later on would be validated by other subjects at points. Our question for the proposition is, so what is the proposition actually proposing? Now, to our actual substantives and clear up the motion here is the type of evaluation that is not talking about social media for only a source of information, but whether or not social media is as a primary source of information. So you cannot argue the fact that social media is the only way we can get information. No, that is not what our side is saying over here. Now, for the mechanism and models that haven't been told by the proposition team is that the winning side of the team should be the one that we're able to express on digital education literacy. Which one of them? So our side of the team proposed a mechanism that first we educate the people upon digital literacy, and then by having those people educated upon digital literacy, we use social media as a primary source of information where people use it to find info in an instant. Whether it is from personal accounts or from trusted accounts such as Malaka, Indonews, Newshistoria, CNN, and others. And then those people will be triggered by the news, which will go on to like other sources to validate them. It could be your favorite news broadcast or anything else. That way, people can stay informed. And then after that, up to my substantives, I have three. The first point is about effectiveness and efficiency. The House believes that the burden of this motion is going to be about how, what is the a good source of primary information, if not, or if it is in fact social media. Now, as per my substantives upon effectiveness and efficiency, social media is really good at effectiveness because it is spontaneous. A lot of news are coming around at the same time, and it reaches the people like no other platform could. And for efficiency, instant news can be reached by, for example, lives. And that is why actually the government is banning TikTok Live right now, because it's just so easy to spread information for people. And live is not fake news, people. Live is not biased because it shows exactly what's going on right now. And then, for example, how would you know about the Gojek accident if not for social media having live streaming during the demo yesterday? I mean, a few days ago. And with this, with, for example, the live feature of social media, for example, people can have direct emotional engagement with the news of itself. And then to my second point, actually, it's about journalism on social media. If you're saying that all of there is in social media is bias and people's opinion, you are wrong, because a lot of platforms such as CNN, BBC, Compass, and so on and so forth, you can name it, all of those also exist in social media. But then why don't you just read directly from the article? No, we cannot do that, because the thing about social media is there is free expression. There are comments on those, and with comments, it actually goes on to my next point. The news aren't always so reliable upon, for example, websites or stuff like that, because yet again, back to the rebuttal earlier, those corporations need to set up a brand image and show you only what you want to see. Meanwhile, for example, social media, it is impromptu, it is personal, it is something that the TV or news cannot directly tell you about. So with those comments available for those media platforms, there are many, many perspectives, and those help niche and local perspective to go on strike though. And so basically, all of those is really why efficiency and effectiveness is proven on our side of the case. And with this, the fact that we have already stated to you about how social media is more effective, more efficient, also includes journalism from the proposition side of the team, and also it impacts a lot of people by its spontaneity, and also include a lot of many perspectives. So judges, you should be comfortable siding with our side of the team, and that is why
Yeah, just to confirm, am I both visible and audible? Okay, I'll be taking POIs verbally because I won't be looking to chat, starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. During Indonesia's 2024 election, a lot of people were making a lot of jokes about the candidates participating in the election. This looks like how, in TikTok, a lot of videos about Prabowo literally dancing. We think this means that inherently, objective information like politics are made to become much more entertainment-based. The impact here is simple, Judge. People focus on humor and virality rather than true policies, these track records, or really serious debates. That means on their side, the substance of politics literally gets lost. Citizens are less informed about issues that directly affects their lives. We can't stand for this world. Notice, exactly because this motion literally tells you primary source of the news distribution, it literally means that on their side of the house, they give an illusion to people that they literally know a lot when the quality of information they get is literally so flawed and so bad. This means nowadays, a lot of demonstration currently are created through information that is being manipulated through social media. Social media then gratifies this information in a way that people expect these instant answers or instant solutions in which certain issues cannot comply with, this is just going to be far worse on their side of the house. I'll do 3 things in this speech today. Firstly, truly contextualize and crystallize the debate even further. Secondly, bring up several points of clashes. And thirdly, my new argument on the quality of content you will get on their side of the house. This will directly water down all their case on how they told you that discourse and awareness will be achieved on their side, because we'll prove to you how this is simply flawed. Moving on to several points of contextualization then. Firstly, as proposition, we will win this debate if we're able to prove to you 2 things. Firstly, how is this going to be better for societal awareness? Secondly, why inherently this creates a world with better public discourse that is crucial again for society to have these better changes. Secondly then, I want to really contextualize the debate. Exactly because the keyword in this motion is rise and primary, this means that this debate is not only about social media is going to be bad for news distribution, but rather we're talking about the rise. We're talking about the glorification and the romanticization of social media being the sole and only distributor of news. Notice that it is then not enough for first opposition to talk about how social media is simply good for awareness, because notice that when it's normalized by society in today's world, what happens is that people won't even have that incentive to fact check information because they think that social media information is already far reliable, already giving true information. I'll take you later. But they have to exclusively tell you why the rise is simply good, why when people resort into these types of social media, instead of, let's say, reading articles like The Economist or Compass.com, it's going to be far better on their side of the house. We never get this in their first speaker, because I think this inherently means that a lot of those informative articles that are not bite-sized will lose this social attention, right? That means people are not able to get that less biased perspective, unlike what an actual news New York Times article will literally give you. On opposition, people then will draw absurd conclusions on things because of the lack of information due to this bite-sized short-form content, let's say 30-second reels that you can see on social media like Instagram. When people heavily rely on social media, then this is the moment they turn complacent on fact-checking information. The likelihood of this is really huge because literally people overly trust social media on their side. They would turn blind on the idea of checks and balances. Thirdly, who creates and publishes these news on social media? We think one crucial characterization is the fact that we live in a digital age and the use of social media is really glorified and increasing. It is not a good thing, right? Because this means anyone who has Instagram, anyone who has Twitter, Reddit, or TikTok could literally propagate narratives in society. For example, certain capitalistic narratives, so people get brainwashed because they buy into this information directly. Therefore, this harms the very minorities who can literally be directly gullible to this information. They could then manipulate the information because this could be the average individuals who just want to, let's say, gain profit or revenue from posting something that gains a lot of viewers in the first place. Therefore, the comparative is really clear here. Social media is free. Anyone has access to the spread of information, even if they don't have the capability to literally fact check that information. On our world, there would be much more incentives for people to rely on expert-based research and articles made by those credible journalists. Look, people want concise information, but it is not always the best alternative if we want to forecast the outcome here, where people on their side are driven by motives that are literally based off of false reality. We can't stand for this world. What this tells you, panels, is one thing. Social media is commodified on their side. People now would have more incentive to sensationalize information. Therefore, they try to quote-unquote make it urgent by distorting some information to overly exaggerate the information to gain as much clout and profit as possible. This ultimately means it's really bad because the only sole idea of social media is to grab people's attention, but news is supposed to inform people about the true information, not only about this overly exaggerated information, only literally to gain profit. But before moving on, I'll take the POI. 3, 2, 1. Moving on then, right? Therefore, we tell you that the urgency in this debate is really simple. Okay, yeah, just POI.
Thank you. Regarding your speech, you've mentioned that we in our speech have said that social media is going to be a primary source of information and the only one, while we have already defined that primary doesn't mean being the only source of information that we have. How do you think about that?
Okay, here's the thing, right? This POI literally shows you how they have not been listening to our whole entire speech, because I have just literally told you in the beginning that exactly because it's primary source of information, people literally have this illusion that they know every single information in the world when it literally is flawed information. We already told you how people sensationalize information. We don't think that their form of awareness is literally genuine and true anyways. This point falls. Therefore, we tell you that social media disguises misinformation as truth. It lets people with this propagandistic interest to run away from true accountability. Moving on to the first clash then about awareness and societal impact. The first thing the first speaker told you was how this leads to more awareness, therefore more discourse. But again, I told you, one, because of sensationalized information, this is just untrue. But two, even if in the best case, people just get eventually desensitized. What do I mean by this? They would feel no urgency to act. People will only act in the very very beginning when that overly exaggerated information actually shocks them. This is becoming bad because that means their way of engaging with news is really not consistent in the first place. Discourse will become limited literally if people only do it performatively to go viral. We don't think this is what media is supposed to be about. Second clash, why is the real media outlet then on our side better than relying on unreliable news based on anonymous users? Firstly, we told you that one, reading from Compass or Detik.com, The Economist and New York Times is just far more reliable because those people who write the information are literally those expert individuals, right? But two, notice that exactly because media corporations want to have some degree of reputation, this means that even with profit-driven interests, they are not going to go up to an extent where they would quote unquote really brainwash people and really provide that biased news, because that would mean they would face a great public backlash. Therefore, on our side of the house, there's just more incentives to have better impartial reporting compared to social media, which tends to allow people to have less accountability. Why is this the case? One, on their side, social media is based on anonymous users. It's really hard to track when certain misinformation happens. But two, notice that it is literally easier to take accountability of a legitimate corporation on our side than someone who is hidden behind a screen. Therefore, we still win even in our worst case, right? Moving on to my new argument then about the quality of content. I think the thesis of this argument is really simple, right? Social media is a platform for entertainment where you can see political satires being made. Social media algorithms also distort toward the nature of information you get. Firstly, I want to note how on their side, news becomes a form of entertainment. This is going to be really bad because people don't get the real urgency. They view news as a way to rather uplift their lives instead of actually getting informed and making them really aware to begin with. Entertainment also becomes inherently politicized. But then secondly, I want to talk about social media algorithm. Notice that social media always adjusts to whatever you like, whatever you often watch. For example, through certain ads you watch, through videos or posts you like on social media. What this means is that it always adjusts to users' preferences. The impact of this is simple. On their side of the house, the quality of impacts becomes really polarized, right? So even if discourse happen, it's only going to be about information that verifies your own ideologies. It's not going to be really widespread to an extent that you get this nuanced perspective of information. Therefore, on their side of the house, what happens is that it's just going to be catastrophic reality where people are going to be relying on polarized information that's only one-sided. Therefore, discourse is literally just an illusion. For all those reasons then, I'm very proud to propose. Thank you.
Okay, so now let's move on to the opposition team, the second speaker from the opposition team.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Here today as the second speaker for all you debaters and of course our great judge on the motion that this House regrets the rise of social media as a primary source of information. First of all, this person here, speaker, has a few rebuttals. Now, if y'all don't agree that social media shouldn't be used as a primary source of information, then what is the alternative? We didn't hear much of an alternative that's given. Articles, sure. You mentioned a lot, but they should be reading articles online, set on websites. But do you realize how they promote their articles? Social media, news sites such as Compass, Metro TV, Tempo, they promote their articles, they promote their books by social media. It's how to attract the users. So the primary source of information itself, it just relies. Therefore, your point regarding that sector of reading articles is more effective is obsolete because the average social media as a primary source can just reach on the links of the articles as a secondary source. Next point, bias. Let us remind, who owns Metro TV in Indonesia? Surya Paloh, owner, aka the leader of the Nasdem party, political party. Would that not be lingering on bias situations? Now, the protests that happened days that still keeps going on. Do you see any of it in the news? No, not until they burned the busway halter down. That was until you saw the news. Before that, it was blank. Why? Because the government and the parliament agreed that there should be no news regarding the protests. So where do they find information regarding the protests that happened in Indonesia today? Through social media. How did we find out that the Gojek driver passed away from an accident? Social media. Then social media, but then the news sites use social media as an example because they have the proof right there of the Gojek driver being crashed over. Then they put it in their articles. So your point as social media not being used as a primary source is obsolete. Next, politicals. As mentioned before, the protest that happened today is a political reason, correct? And it was not shown in any news media. What it was shown in instead is TikTok Live, Instagram. And look what happened to that. The government shut down TikTok Live because they do not want users to see information that's happening right now. Free speech, people.
COI.
No, thank you. Blocked content. Sometimes news itself only caters to Thank you to the majority. Now, what about people who have interest in niche content? Let's say you're a fan of this very niche book. Then you wouldn't know if it's releasing someday because the news won't tell you. You have to search for it yourself by friends and people who know in social media. And social media itself is a kind of free speech. People can debate. People can give opinions of each other. Sure, one of the main points of the proposition team is misinformation. But nowadays, social media systems have already backups for that, such as Twitter, who has corrections for situations of fake news. And it's already been happening, and it's already been happening right now. They already have backups for the situation. And please remind, if social media is not an effective way of, no thank you, not an effective way as a sort of information, then why are news companies jumping on the train of social media? Next, though the reach of it, the fact that it's impromptu, that the fact that it can be reached easily and now, how would we know about the situation of the protests? The news won't, again, the news that didn't tell us anything about what is happening around the city. Where is the protest happening? I for example, let's look at what the people, they got their information on how to be safe from the protests from social media. Things like WhatsApp, things like Instagram, they're used as a purpose, as a primary source of information, as a useful way to find out about situations because the government, they can block things, right? They can block things and news, just like what happened recently. Free speech is important. Now, a lot of people say, and the second speaker also say about anonymous users. Now, there are many credible journalists and news sites on social media already. If you don't trust anonymous users, there is already credible journalists that have their own accounts. You can see it through them instead. Verified journalists in verified companies. Next, preference. Yes, they are algorithm. There is an algorithm. The second speaker mentioned about preference. So if you really like seeing news, they're gonna give you news. How else are we supposed to find out about situation? What's popular now and what do you like? It just helps our point even more. POI, someone take POI?
Yeah, look at this, right? If TikTok Live is easily banned during protests in Indonesia, don't you think that it crumbles your whole case down about how social media is effective?
No, because if TikTok Live was banned by initiative by the government, it means that they know it's a useful way of spreading information. Why else would they ban it? Why else would they ban it if they do not want people to know about the situation happening right now? Your POI is obsolete, unfortunately. And from what we've seen, the proposition system doesn't give an alternative that really strongs in our point. Our points stay strong. Our points haven't been rebutted that much. So this is what we believe today. As the second speaker, we stand tall on this motion. Thank you.
All right. Okay, now let's move on to the third speaker of the proposition team. Yes.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes.
Okay. Speech is starting in 3, 2, 1. Opposition's biggest strategic mistake is that they're playing so safe by the technical term that it's primary, not only. We never said social media becomes the only, but we explain why when it's primary, other sources are seen as secondary, and we tell you that this creates cycles of confirmation bias and literally harms discourse and nuance. So this means that people feel that they know enough while the information is not complete at best and sometimes misleading, and we tell you that under our side, the worst scandals in history, such as the Jeffrey Epstein case or how Nestle was exploiting its own employees, was because of investigative journalism. We tell you that the moment you prioritize or you support the rise of social media as the primary source of news distribution is the very moment you undermine investigative journalism and journalism that seeks to find truth. And this is why I'm extremely proud to propose. So before moving on to my first clash on which side garners greater efficiency and purpose, and second, on which side garners long-term greater benefits in terms of information that is genuine, some clarification and strategic mistakes to finally pave the way for this debate. Firstly, let's just go into our clarifications. Two things. A, we tell you that traditional media is our alternative, and we tell you that if side opposition has not figured this out, then they have lost this debate. We tell you that under their side, the reason why they promote their articles and bite-sized media on the internet is because they see social media as lucrative. So this is the reason why when you go to the New York Times or the Compass Instagram post, it's the very moment you just don't see that lack of nuance. It's just those clickbait headlines. But also secondly, if the problem is who owns news or social media, it's literally symmetrical. There's no delta. Social media is owned by billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk. They literally censor important things. For example, how Elon Musk Grok AI literally censors out like the truth even to support his own narratives. So we tell you that at least in the newspaper, there's still editors. There's still the idea of regulation. People are still going to edit it. But also, let's just move on to strategic mistakes that have costed opposition this debate. Two things. We tell you that we tell you that the opposition's case is not enough on the idea that we could simply educate people about digital literacy, because the very platforms they defend are designed to exploit emotion, speed, and virality. So we tell you that oftentimes the most marginalized voices would have to use ideas such as rage bait or clickbait to exploit their very idea. And we tell you that this oftentimes flatten nuance and commodifies harm and violence as a whole. But so I'll be taking that POI. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so moving on to the second on how they were extremely uncharitable. Note that they were only engaging with our worst case. We tell you that under both sides, you would have hoax and bias. So we tell you that there is no delta on this idea or factor. But the argument here is which side can foster greater discourse and true information that actually leverages the most vulnerable and the most marginalized. So now we tell you that if TikTok Live is easily banned in protest, it crumbles opposition's whole case about how social media is effective news outlet, because it means that censorship in social media is literally so easy to happen. This proves that relying on social media as a primary source of news is very unreliable, and this is why you see buzzers and provocations within things such as TikTok and Instagram. I would not be taking that POI. You've been badgering, and that is an equity violation. Now, moving on to my first clash on efficiency and purpose. First case that opposition has brought up in this debate on the idea of accessibility and how media companies have like this sense of like have been gatekeeping this kind of information. Now, they told you that social media-based news is free and easily shareable, unlike traditional outlets that often sit behind paywalls, and we tell you that this is unlikely. Now, why is this? Three things. A, we tell you that free access is not the same as reliable access. This is to say that social media may be free, but anyone can use it to say platform harmful narratives, for example, anti-immigration sentiment, or what you're seeing with the demo or riots right now with the provocations and the buzzers. But also, secondly, the reason media companies put up paywalls is to fund quality journalism. Like these investigative reporters oftentimes have these salaries that they have to upkeep. We tell you the moment you replace qualified journalists with online users, you create like harmful echo chambers. But also thirdly, social media shifts people's perceived access. They feel informed, and this is they feel informed because they treat social media as their primary source of information. This is what our first and second speaker has told you. But now let's be charitable and engage with their best case and why it's not enough. Three things. We tell you that a shallow access does not equate to meaningful content under your underside opposition. And also two, you reinforce bias, confirmation bias. So this is the say that now people are going to engage with news that align with their views and values, and this does not create any form of discourse. And even in our worst case, we still preserve the principles of news, which is that we deliver true information at like behind the paywall in the worst case. So now moving on to the second case on the idea of like awareness and greater discourse. Now they told you that the rise of social media was facilitate the democratization of information and more people can participate. But we tell you that this is unlikely due to three factors. Note that this creates a false dichotomy. More people do not equate to productive discourse, just more noise. So this is to say that the most productive discourse would be made by the majority populations. Other perspectives would actually oftentimes be drowned out. But also B, the democratization is overrun by advertisement. This is what opposition has literally not looked at, and this has costed them this debate, because we tell you that advertisements that like these politicians can promote, like for example, how during like Indonesia's 2024 elections, where ads were around the internet and preying on such factors like humor was the reason why Prabowo won the election. And we tell you that this oftentimes promotes harmful narratives or like political ideologies as a whole. So in this case, you don't really have the idea of discourse and awareness, but also see digitization means global trends drown out like local reporting. For example, how small communities or smaller or less significant provinces lose representation. So this is the reason why local Papuan issues rarely gain traction online compared to like scandals you see in Jakarta or Surabaya. And this is the reason why proposition still caters to these values, because we tell you that under our side, not like even if it's behind the paywall, we ensure that the worst forms of like the most marginalized information is out there on the internet. Like for example, through Kompas, Detik, or like the New York Times as a whole. So done with my first clash, moving on to my second clash on the long terms on which side garners genuine information. One case to make on here on how it would actually lead to genuine help and the commodification of vulnerable actors. Now they told you that under their side, they would actually shed a light to these vulnerable actors. For example, how like in the Debat protests, like these individuals actually like were able to have a voice. Now we tell you that this is untrue and unlikely because we tell you that representation is skewed to those who can perform for virality. This is what we've already told you from our very first speaker. Now, side opposition has to concede to this. But also note that social media doesn't fairly amplify all the marginalized voices. So this is the reason why you might be hearing issues such as like Ukraine or Russia, but you won't be seeing local issues. And we tell you that it's for this very reason that oftentimes you platform the worst forms of regulation. And we tell you that in our worst case, we tell you that we provide and we support the sanctity of the news, the principle of news, to bring the true source of information. So let's just do the final weighing once and for all. We tell you that under side proposition, you get three things. We tell you like three things. We tell you that under our side, not only do we create greater discourse and greater awareness, albeit behind a paywall, but we tell you that we actually provide like issues that oftentimes societies would like to like actually avoid. But also secondly, under their side, their like algorithm only platforms the only kind of content that leverage like abuses or like the most engagement. And we tell you with all of this, I'm extremely proud to propose. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, now let's move on to the third speaker from the opposition team. Go ahead.
I'm going to be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. The affirmation has given you a world of uncertainty, while we, the opposition, have given you a world full of first-hand media. Judges, fellow debaters, and audience alike, as the third speaker today, my speech will consist of 4 things mainly. 1, redefining the motion to clarify where this debate is actually supposed to go, since it might be unclear at first how are we supposed to prove the burden of proof at first. 2, to give my rebuttals. 3, clarify our main clashes. 4, give a conclusion. Now, the motion is, this House regrets the rise of social media as a primary source of information. This House regrets. I will be getting onto that later. But the variables that we have to consider is that the rise, it is the increasing popularity or the increased use of social media. Moving on to the variable social media being a platform online that gives people the ability to express their opinions, the ability to express information or spread information that they've already gained on their own. And the primary source of information means the main source of information, in which we are not neglecting other sources. It does not mean that the main source or the only source should be from social media, but the highlight of these information sources is that we get them first from social media and then from other verified sources. Now, this House regrets. A motion with the burden of proof is based on either team proving whether or not social media is actually good or bad, reliable or not towards us. Now, moving on to my rebuttals. The affirmation has preached and preached again about the misinformation that social media has brought out towards us, hoax and lies, but isn't any kind of platform going to be full of that? Even the world as we see it today is full of lies, full of hoax, but that doesn't stop us from sharing what we know. It doesn't stop us from the fact that we need to share the news that is happening closest to us. Again, another example that we can bring up is the fact that a Gojek driver died, an online app that allows people to drive around, deliver food. Someone of that party has died. And how do we actually know that? It's not from news sources. It's from other people that have been in the moment of that demonstration that we already know of today. A demonstration in which we wouldn't even know of, or we wouldn't even be a part of, if we weren't already knowing of the causes relying or under that. We wouldn't know about the causes if we didn't have social media at first, because no one would be able to actually access this kind of information if it wasn't shared at first by other people, because people help other people to gain knowledge, to help each other to be more knowledgeable about the world. And that is why social media is such a primary source of information. It helps everyone gain the information that we need. On to my second rebuttal is that their claim about undermining investigative journalism. Why are some of these cases of journalists or journalism able to even see the light of day? Well, it's because of social media. Social media is the core purpose and the core reason that a lot of these cases go seen today. And instead, not just being on a table, the case is not just on a table unread by anyone. It's going to be a case that's known to everyone, and people can actually put their opinions about it and bring justice towards this. That brings me to my third point, is that they failed to rebuild the fact that the reason or the ban about TikTok Live. Now, why do we always bring up this point? It's because TikTok Live was banned for the sole fact that the government is scared. The government of Indonesia is scared to actually have this live stream or have these kinds of TikTok Lives be actually live streamed and reach the public, because they don't want to know about the brutality that they're going through, the brutality that they're actually going to inflict on the society that we have in Indonesia, because they know that social media is a primary source of information in which it is such a reliable and fast spreading source of information. Again, redundant, but it is the core idea of today's debate. Now, moving on to our three main clashes. The first is the effectiveness of social media as a primary source of information. The second, the efficiency of it. And the third, what source of information is actually, or at least truly serves as a primary source of information that's actually reliable. One, the effectiveness. They say that it's unreliable, but the information says nothing about the TikTok Live being banned, about Prabowo or the government being, they're so scared about TikTok Live, or they're scared about social media spreading the awareness of the fact that they have many wrongdoings. Well, we say that social media is able to engage people all over the planet, even effectively spreading information without filters, just pure raw information, and that is spontaneous and easily accessible. Free speech, people. Onto the efficiency, they say nothing about the efficiency of other sources. While they might seem to say that other sources might be more efficient than the social media that we see today, this proves to be wrong, because not any other source is as efficient as social media and not as reliable as social media, because we say that social media is able to spread information like no other source of information, where other sources are slow, they take time, and they run the risk of being biased by these organizations that actually go through the efforts to filter these kinds of information. And third, what source of information truly serves as the primary source of information? Again, the opposition has failed to bring up a true alternative into which it can be proven more effective than social media, because we say that social media is an unfiltered platform that can be clear of filtering that big news sources might provide. And if we wait and wait and wait for these kinds of information to be verified by any other parties, then when are we actually going to gain this information and do what we need to do as society, as human beings that empathize for other people? And we're supposed to be clear of these wrongdoings. This is why social media is so powerful. This brings me to my three main points. If we're so worried about the fact that people might take hoax the wrong way, well, first, we should be educating them about digital awareness because it is already being implemented in these kinds of curriculums. Second, social media is already a primary source of information today, which we cannot neglect. Social media is the source of information that we see today, every day, almost every 5 seconds. And again, we cannot reject the fact that that is true. And third, the news isn't always reliable. News as we see on Google, news that we see on even TV, it again is filtered by all of these big companies not wanting to show the true essence of what free speech is today. Judges, audience, and fellow debaters, the proposition brings you a world shut down from the consumption of free speech and first-hand media. The opposition gives you a free world, free of rain, free of speech, and free of choices to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's directly go on to the reply speech from the opposition team.
Am I audible? Okay. I'll start my reply speech in 3, 2, 1. Remember the motion, judges, and of course debaters. The regrets the rise of social media. We're here as the opposition team to compare which does more harm than the other, which one is actually better than the other. We agree itself in its own that there's going to be some flaws in every situation. That's part of the debate. But which one is more impactful to the situation? All three of us have mentioned the impact that social media has given and unfortunately hasn't been rebutted yet from a lot of points. First and foremost, our points regarding free speech hasn't been rebutted at all by the proposition team. Our point regarding block content has not been rebutted at all by the proposition team. Our point about how fast it spreads and real-time news hasn't been rebutted by the proposition team. And the digital awareness hasn't been rebutted by the proposition team. The reach of it, the technology of it hasn't been rebutted by the proposition team. And the fact of niche news hasn't been rebutted by the proposition team. This leaves our points still strong and our rebuttals still powerful. Although other facts that they've brought up before, such as misinformation, has been rebutted through realistic sources and journalism accounts, and through biased news sources have been rebutted. Politics has been rebutted, and articles has been rebutted by the opposition team. Therefore, our point here stays the strongest of the two. Which one has more impact than the other? Because here we see we've been rebutting the proposition team about everything, yet most of our rebuttals hasn't been answered yet, and most of our points still stay strong. We're here to remember. Let's just imagine. Look at the real time. We already have real life examples. Like as mentioned before, the protesters yesterday wasn't aired on live news because of wishes from the government. The reason why TikTok Live was banned because the news kept spreading. This is just a reaffirmation on what we've spoken before. This shows the clear use of social media, how powerful it is as a primary source of information. It cannot be obsolete because it is the people's voice of democracy, of free speech. And that is what we stand for as the opposition team. And we believe that is why we won this motion. Thank you.
All right, so let's move on to the reply speech from the government team.
Okay, can I confirm that I'm both visible and audible? Wait, yes, okay. I will be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Judge, our path to victory has been clear from the very start. We told you that a real primary source of news has to do 3 simple things. 1, come from credible journalists with checks and balances. 2, be reliable, not sensationalized clickbait. Thirdly, go beyond shallow reels that trick you into thinking you know enough when you really don't. What did opposition respond to this claim that we told you? Nothing of substance, right? They just kept repeating the same exact defensive line that, oh, social media isn't the only source. That's not a rebuttal, panels. It's a repetitive rhetoric that doesn't mean anything in this round. They never explained how oversimplified, flashy content doesn't create the illusion of knowledge, and why should we sacrifice quality in the first place? They never also engaged with our standard of credibility. They just circled around our case without even touching it in the first place. That's the main clash in this debate that we won. We gave you clear, consistent, principle standards that they never did. 3 speeches down the line, we only heard repetitive defensive idea about how if social media is banned, it means it's effective. Look, we took them at their best and literally explained to you how it means it's unreliable. And more importantly, this motion is not only about protesting, which shows how opposition case is very cherry picking. And that's exactly why, judges, at the end of the debate, you're voting for proposition. Notice that saying that we haven't rebutted anything for 2 minutes in their reply speech just now doesn't prove anything when they themselves knifed and literally contradicted their own very case. Look, if they talked about free speech, how can they concede social media is easily censored by the repressive government anyways? I don't literally get their logic in this case. 3 things to expect then in this reply speech, right? Firstly, several points of strategic mistakes that have caused opposition this round. Secondly, several points of clashes. And thirdly, why does this debate literally clearly go to proposition, right? Firstly, I want to note that they clearly told you government bans TikTok Live in the current Indonesian protest. But let me tell you, Judge, that this just clearly shows how social media cannot be the primary source of distribution because once it is censored, right, and controlled by the government, people have no other source of reliable information. That means you just don't actually inform people on their side of the house, exactly because you just follow the personal whims and wishes of these repressive government. We don't think it's only going to do any good for their team anyways. Therefore, all their points about freedom of speech in social media is also untrue. We think that, again, they literally contradicted their own case. And then moving on to the first clash then on the quality of information. Notice that until the end of the debate, we both want truthful information. But opposition never achieved this because they never first proved to you why they could hold anonymous users accountable when they literally, let's say, propagate these really hoax information in the first place. We told you how it's harder to track because these are anonymous people that hide behind screens. But secondly, exactly because social media spreads a lot of information in a click, it's harder to repair the outcome, right? When the harm is already far too widespread, it's just going to be really far too late for their side to literally help and kind of ensure that people get truthful information. Therefore, it's just a short-term trend. We would trade off time for the sake of true quality of information. This is the principle we're simply championing on. Secondly, I think from their first speech, they keep on talking about how this debate is about primary source of distribution. But I think we already flipped this case since our second speech. We told you how literally, because it's primary, it trickles down to 3 detrimental impacts. 1, people get the illusion that they know every single information, where they label themselves as an informed citizen. Secondly, this means people act based on false reality. And thirdly, opposition's model of digital literacy is not even enough to win this debate because it shifts the burden onto every individual to filter lies from truth, which is very unrealistic when people lack the time and literally expertise to fact check everything. We never get a likelihood on why people would have that incentive anyways. But even if taught, education cannot overcome the speed and virality of misinformation due to their own framing that social media spreads everything in a click. Therefore, we think that on their side, it's just going to be far worse. We flip all their points. Lastly, their point on how some elites own news that is able to distort information is literally untrue. Look, if the issues in this debate, it's literally about these elites owning these types of media corporations, it's literally symmetrical panels. Social media is literally owned by billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg. We already told you this. They censor a lot of important information, at least under comparative on our side. When we rely on Compass or TheTick.com, their editors, their peer reviewers that are able to ensure the information they consume is going to be far more reliable. For all those reasons, then, you must vote for proposition. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much for the debate. As I told you in the first place that this debate will be a silent round. So you may go to the main room. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the debate, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank
you so much for the
Thank
debate,
you, everyone. Thank you, Judge and debater.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Masuk.
Kabupaten Ciamis, Kabupaten Cianjur, Kabupaten Cianjur, Kabupaten Cirebon, Kabupaten Garut,
Here.
Kabupaten Indramayu,
Here.
Kabupaten Karawang,
We're here.
Karawang, Kabupaten Kuningan,
Here.
Kabupaten Majalengka, Majalengka,
Present. Present.
Kabupaten Pangandaran,
We're complete.
Kabupaten Purwakarta,
Here.
Kabupaten Subang,
We're here.
Kabupaten Sukabumi,
We're here and complete.
Kabupaten Sumedang,
Here.
Kabupaten Tasikmalaya,
Present and complete.
Kota Sukabumi,
Present and complete.
Swing Team,
Present.
Kota Tasikmalaya, Kota Tasikmalaya, oke, Kota Bandung, Kota Bandung, oke, belum ada, Kota Cimahi, Kota Cirebon, Kabupaten Bekasi.
Hadir.
Dari mana terakhir? Dari tim mana yang barusan? Halo, yang hadir tadi dari tim mana? Sorry. Oke, yang tadi bilang hadir dari tim mana ya? Sorry. Boleh diulang?
Dari Kota Cirebon.
Oke. Kabupaten Bekasi, Kabupaten Ciamis, Kabupaten Cianjur, Kabupaten Cirebon,
Hadir nggak?
Kabupaten Cirebon hadir ya. Oke, Kota Tasikmalaya,
Can you say Ciamis hadir?
Ciamis, Kabupaten Ciamis here.
Ciamis hadir.
Sorry.
Present. Ciamis present.
Ciamis, oke. Cianjur, Kabupaten Cianjur, udah ada?
Hadir, hadir.
Oke, Kabupaten Bekasi, Kota Cimahi,
Hadir. Hadir.
oke. Kabupaten Bekasi,
Present.
oke. Kota Tasikmalaya, Kota Tasikmalaya,
Present.
last one, Kota Bandung. Kota Bandung, oke. Alright, all teams are here. We're releasing the draw right now. All right, draw for round 3 is released. You can go look on the WhatsApp group to see the broadcast and also to check your draw in the tab. In the meantime, just like what I've briefed you earlier, please go ahead and rename your Zoom name according to the format. Yep. So several reminders for everyone. Number one, regarding observers, we're only going to allocate you once the case building time has elapsed. We're not going to allocate you to the breakout room if during the case build time. So approaching near the end of the case building time, we're only going to allocate you then. Secondly, regarding regarding a complaint, so a team just asked if another team can show the entirety of their angles displaying the tables as opposed using separate devices. The policy here is that as long as the team during the case building time turns on their camera with no virtual backgrounds that's only allowed. We're not going to mandate all teams to to display the entire angles of their. Hopefully that can be understood. Giving you several minutes to rename your username. The time is 14 way bay sharp. We're going to launch the motion at 14 past 10. Please rename your username, everyone. Okay. Okay, hi everyone. We're going to release the motion. Our motion will be released by Stanley. Stanley, screen is yours.
All right. Hi everyone, I'm Stanley. I will announce the motion for the third term of NSDC Jabar 2025. For round three, the theme for the motion or the heading is culture. There will be a context out for this motion. Traditional practices refer to the customs, rituals, and ways of life that have been passed down through generations within a particular culture or community. Progressive social movements refer to collective efforts that seek to bring about social change by advancing values such as equality, individual rights, inclusivity, dismantling of discriminatory or oppressive norms, etc. Is there any question regarding the context slide before we announce the motion for round three? Going once, going twice. All right, cool. If there's no
Recording
question,
stopped.
the motion for round three is this house will protect traditional cultural practices even when they conflict with progressive social movements. The cast building starts now. The debate starts at 14 past 46. Okay.
Opening the breakout room right now. Case building time starts now. Debate will start at 14 past 46. Good luck, everyone.
Mulai berarti 14,
14, 46.
41 atau 46 enggak?
46.
46.
41. Apa?
Debate starts at 14.
Kapan nanti
Tadi
Kak?
grup.
Ya. Iya, siap.
Sorry, excuse me. We are moved to the wrong room. We are in room we should have gone into room 14, but then we were join into the room 1. So it's not.
Udah.
Masa?
Izin maaf Kak, buat yang join breakout room-nya itu masih di room 1 bukan room 14.
Oke, untuk observer kita akan belum masukkan ke dalam breakout room sekarang ya. Untuk Bapak Ibu observer, kita akan baru masukkan ke dalam breakout room begitu waktu case building sudah mau selesai. Jadi mungkin sekitar 2.40.
3, 2, 1. A truly diverse society is not one where everyone lives by the same values, but one where differences are respected even when they conflict with what we call progress. Honorable adjudicators, respectable chairperson, timekeeper, our worthy opponents, as well as my beloved teammates. We are here today standing as the proposition team. My name is Alexa Kiandra, and it is my honor to serve as my team's first speaker in today's debate. The motion of today's debate is this House would protect traditional culture, even when they conflict with progressive social movements. And as of today's definition of some of the keywords, we have created around 4 main keywords in this motion. We have spotted around 4 main keywords in this motion. The first one being the word traditional culture practices. When we mention traditional culture practices, do note that we are referring to any long-standing customs, rituals, or beliefs tied to identity, heritages, or even religion. This means that it is not only limited to a certain area, but we have chosen a wider scope for it. Now, let us move on to the next one, being social movement. The next keyword being social movement. Social movement, we have chose to define it as a loosely or even formally organized and sustained collective effort by people or society in itself with the aim to enact or even resist social or political change. So what we mean by this is that societal movement refers to a group of people that wants to make a change or that wants to resist a certain belief that already exists within society itself. But however, this motion in itself mentioned a progressive social movement, not just social movement. So what do we mean when we refer to a progressive social movement? Well, what we mean by this is campaigns or again rally aimed at achieving social justice, equality, and modern reforms. So reforms that in society itself has exist rather new, rather than has exist new. Okay, for example, what we mean by this is, for example, women's right. Women's right, as much as we hate to admit it, is a new concept and does include in this progressive social movement. Now, our third keyword, the word protect. What do we as side proposition mean when we state that we will protect traditional culture practices? Well, our side of the house has chosen to define this as the House or the government will create a policy to continue upholding these practices, giving them legitimacy, exempting them, as well as giving them space to continue and grow. Finally, we move on to our last keyword, the keyword being conflict. Now, when we talk about traditional cultural practices that conflicts with a progressive social movement, we are talking when something or what a cultural practice demands is ultimately clashed or even challenged by progressive movement advocates. For example, in many rural areas, there are still many traditions and practices where they need to do animal sacrifices, and that might clash within the animal rights movement, the progressive social movement that we know and love, and that's what we mean by conflict. So, before we move on to our argument, we would also like to first explain the setup of this motion. Now, we have 3 points of setup. The first one is the current status quo. All over the world right now, progressive movements have gained some momentum, be it feminism, animal rights, environmentalism, all of it. At the same time, however, many communities hold tightly to traditions that have defined their identity for centuries, especially within our nation itself, Indonesia. Now, when these two forces meet, governments and societies are oftentimes forced to choose. Should they reform traditions in order to fit progressive values, or should they protect traditions as they are? But before we move on, we need to first understand, how did we get into the status quo in the first place? Well, the global rise of progressive value has spread faster than ever thanks to globalization, education, and social media. But traditions itself are deeply rooted, passed down by generations. They are not something that can quickly be uprooted, as they are already deep within the layers of our culture and community, even if it's subconsciously or even if we know about it. Now, these are not habits. They carry religious significance, or in some cases, cultural pride, and even a sense of belonging. So the tension emerges because while progress often demands change, because progress oftentimes demand change within the status quo, while tradition oftentimes resists it. So why is the status quo bad or problematic? Well, this is problematic because no matter what side we are essentially choosing, something valuable is lost. If progressive values always win, then traditions risk being erased and communities feel that their identities are under attack. And lastly, what is this debate about? Well, this on-site proposition, we believe that preservation of traditional cultural practices should be prioritized even when progressive movements call for reform. This is not about saying that progress is bad and we shouldn't push for progress, but it is about recognizing that culture and heritage are fragile, and once erased, they are hard to recover and may be gone forever. Now let's move on to our team's main argument. The first one being minority protection against dominant progress narratives. Progressive movements are often led by urban elites, international NGOs, or even global institutions. And while these movements claim to fight for justice, they frequently impose a one-size-fits-all vision of progress that does not reflect the value or reality or the realities of rural or even minority communities. And for example, like I've said before, many rural areas still have animal sacrifices, and this clearly clashes with the progressive movement of animal rights. If we allow progressive narrative to always dominate, then smaller communities become voiceless in shaping their own lives. Protecting their tradition ensures that progress is not defined only by elite voices from capitals, universities, or the West. It keeps decision making in the hands of the people who actually live by those traditions. And finally, our second argument is that pluralism means respecting diversity, not imposing uniform values. I think both sides of the house here wants the same thing, and that is they want to create a pluralist society where many different groups with different beliefs can coexist peacefully at the same time. But if we always privilege progressive societal movements over cultural practices, then what we are really saying is that diversity only matters when it aligns with one specific worldview. And that is not pluralism, as it is a uniformity dressed up as progress. Now, of course, there are many examples for this. Let's take, for example, the case of religious dress codes. As in some communities, they require a more traditional garments, for example, when doing rituals, etc. And while for progressive activists in their mind, this is oftentimes seen as restrictive or unequal. But forcing people to abandon such practice erases their cultural expression. And again, like I've said before, once we lost it, it would be quite hard for us to achieve it. And for all of those reasons that I have given earlier, it should be quite clear that we as side proposition is where we as side proposition still stands. That we strongly agree with the motion of today's debate that this house will protect traditional cultural practices even when they conflict with progressive social movement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to the Prime Minister. Now calling upon the Leader of Opposition here.
Hi, am I audible and visible? Okay. Pio, I just unmute pronoun she her. By the way, trigger warning, I'm gonna mention about minorities here. I'm gonna try to be as insensitive as possible. I'm sorry that if I offend anyone, that's not this whatever I say here does not really reflect my person. Okay. Starting in 2, 1. Years and years of patriarchal value and in living in a place where everything is going to be so diminishing for these minorities. The moment where you let and punish and imprison the agency within people, this is where proposition cases fall. This movement is the single beacon of light, the world that we are living in right now, where everything is filled with oppressors, everything is filled with pressure. I'm going to prove on why the incentive of social movements will actually help these vulnerable actors in the status quo right now. Incredibly proud to stand under side opposition. Points of framing here is that first, let's reframe about what does protect and not protecting actually mean in our side. As a state, we won't actually have these policies that directly punish these like social movements, right? It means that's going to be much more like incentives for these social movements to be able to like have certain like maybe campaigns, right? But also, what does progressive social movements actually look like? First, they have the incentive because they have what they want, more equality, right? It means that these values that are instilled within these movements are probably values that actually push for human rights. It means that these are like most likely positive values. What do you mean by positive values? It means that we prioritize the actual need of like human rights, the actual need of individual rights, and the actual inclusivity within like society right now. What not changing or diminishing of completely the practice, it means that just because like maybe there are certain clashes of within the values and within the progressive values, it doesn't mean that the whole constructive cultural identity will be gone in our side, right? But also it means that probably this would look like as a reform, maybe some reform in certain values, right? But also intuitively they come from a group that want to dismantle certain like discrimination. It means that they have the incentive to be able to cater towards like these minorities. But also let's acknowledge on how there's check and balance in status quo. Let's give actor segmentation here. First, when we don't protect, we believe that there are still the existence of these groups that have strong values. Let's give context. Japanese people won't suddenly want to diminish their whole culture, like of the Daksiten, for example, because a few people having progressive views in like the status quo. People still reserve this because there are still coexisting mechanisms that exist within status quo. And also, note, opposition version is to just simply prove on why not protecting it is something that was beneficial for the vast majority, especially the vulnerable actors in this debate. This debate is not about whether traditional culture practice is bad or good, but this debate is to prove on why there is certain no urgency for us to like instill like policies for like these social movements, right? Before I move on to my arguments, I'm going to state a few response. First, they said about on how preservation needs to be prioritized, and therefore in our side there's no existence of that. No, that is untrue. It still exists in our side, but even if like it's probably going to clash within like a few values, I don't think like suddenly the whole Japanese culture or certain like practices will suddenly be gone in under our side. I believe like there are still people who want to preserve this. It means that in our side we push more fluidity for like these people who actually want to opt out of like these cultural practices, right? But secondly, they said on how they want to protect minority. Untrue. Let's flip this on how we say that we protect minorities in our case, because we have to acknowledge on how in these cultural groups there are also minorities, there are also vulnerable actors that maybe are inflicted by like the actual values, like for example discrimination. You have to acknowledge on how there's like women in this like the debate, right? It means that most women are actually very much affected by like discrimination within status quo. And then okay, two arguments in the speech. First, I'm going to talk about why it's inherently okay for us to do this. And second of all, I'm going to talk about accessibility to reach fluidity within status quo. First argument then, I'm going to talk about why it's inherently okay, the justification of it. The premise here is that we have to acknowledge on how equality is everything in status quo, especially knowing that status quo is something that is very much filled with oppressors, filled with like social pressure, right? Let's frame status quo here. It's highly fast-paced, swift, where oppressors are everywhere. This debate happens in a spectrum, means that there are various types of people in status quo. There are different types of like groups, like cultural groups, right? In status quo, the proliferation of gender pay gap, patriarchal conflicts, racism is something that happens everywhere. I'm gonna prove on how this justifies for progressive views as like to dismantle certain values within like maybe like these cultural identities, right? The problem is that within status quo, inequality is distributed fairly. It means that different types of minority, like this context here, minorities get oppressed in status quo. And the thing is, like, let's take an example of like Asian hate. The thing is, in proposition, it's harder for you to climb that corporate ladder because then there are no certain incentives for these social movements to be able to cater to you, to protect you because of the policies that is being inflicted to them if they like violate certain like laws, if they violate certain things from the government, right? And also, vulnerable actors within minority will get double harm in their side of the house. Why? Because like since social movements don't want to fight for like these progressive views, fight for maybe patriarchal values that is instilled in society, like gender pay gaps, therefore there are no check and balances within their side. Okay, but also we have to acknowledge about birth flattery is something that happens in status quo. Let's give context. In status quo, inequality is something that affects a vast majority of people, especially when these minority groups is being instilled. It means that maybe like in
like in like a lot of instances, when you're from a traditional value that like maybe like prioritize men over women, it means that there are no certain threshold for you to be able to get out or out into that. Therefore, we say it's justified because in and of itself, the pain that is distributed within these cultural groups are something that is very much like happens in a spectrum. Therefore, as a social movement, you need to like be able to dismantle these sort of like values that are hurting these sorts of vulnerable actors in this debate. Second argument, then I'm going to talk about accessibility to reach fluidity within status quo. Two layers. I'm going to talk about how the people are affected by this and also the movement. What's the problem within status quo? There are people with cultural groups that may want to opt out. Like, for example, maybe I love being Sudanese, but I don't really agree on the idea that I have to not speak about certain issues of like political issues because I have to be like so-called soft-spoken. But the problem with that within status quo is two things. First, when you want to protect, it means that you also disincentivize movements to be able to cater towards these actors. Second of all, okay, proposition cannot say on how the movement will be radical to a point where they don't respect other culture. I feel like that is something that's very much unlikely due to the fact that these social movements want to dismantle like certain like things, structural things that happen from years and years. That itself is already hard. Therefore, they don't really have an incentive to get those certain backlash from other people also. But even if they do have check and balances within society. Like they have check and balances within like maybe like people like backlashing if they go too far within like maybe protecting these or like instilling some progressive values. There are check and balances that exist that within like the status quo. Therefore, like these social movements will still like respect like maybe the culture itself, right? But also on the likelihood, the spread of message is going to be well spread because of things like maybe social media, blogs. It's something that's very much accessible. Therefore, we have proven on why these sort of things are going to be possible in the first place, right? But also the impacts in our side becomes first, people are going to have more diverse options. Second of all, it feeds into the incentive of like the movement itself. And also third of all, there's going to be better quality of life. I'm going to talk about why more diverse options is something that is inherently important. Why? Because people need to have these sort of options because it's something that feeds into the agency. It means that people are going to understand that it's fluidity. So people would have to have diverse choices to have better quality of life and not to generalize like their life in isolation. It means in our side, when people have these more diverse options to whether or not they agree with certain values or not, it means that it's like it's going to be like fluidity within our side of the house. It means that people are going to have better options. It feels like, so not only that we incentivize these social movements to be able to like cater towards these vulnerable actors in these cultural like groups, it means that when we don't protect them, when we don't protect like these traditional values to like that like very much extreme level, it means that we incentivize social movements. When we incentivize social movements, it means that we protect the vulnerable actors in these debates because we need to acknowledge on how these minority groups are the ones that actually get like the one that actually get oppressed within like the cultural values with like discrimination within like patriarchal values. And for all those reasons, brought to oppose.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, for that. I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable panels, esteemed opponents, and fellow debaters. I'm Green as second speaker from the government teams, and we, as the government, it is my privilege to continue our case and strengthen the foundations already set by my first speakers. First of all, allow me to briefly restate our stance in these motions. Our motion today is about this House will protect traditional culture even when they conflict with progressive social movement. And we, as the government, we firmly believe that this motion stands as necessary step towards justice, progress, and the greater good of society. And these motions, to begin our motions, before moving on to my constructive arguments and points, let me highlight and define the essence of our stance. The opposition stance is mentions about something that really we need to highlight in these situations. Their second argumentation is about accessibility, and what is the main argumentation is something that we need to question, something that we need to ask to oppositions is about that. if you guys is really not protects about the traditional culture, even when they progressive social movement, if even they really conflict with the social movement, we provide you something that more. Our questions is what something that you provide to us as the alternative models, because we ask the mechanisms about what is something that more beneficial in its situations. And before we start our main argumentations, our argumentations is about why this motions is really matter on this debate. It is because first, is this because value and visions. Second is about intersectionality. Third is about organizing its power. We, as the government side, in this house, is really know the reasons why we're still standing with these motions, because this house will protect traditional culture even when they conflict with progressive social movement. Is this because culture is not real? It's not just ritual, but backbone of community identity. We really play. No, thank you. So in these situations, protecting traditionals doesn't mean rejecting progress. Our motion today is really important because the opposition's argument completely collapsed once you axiomize its logics. It is because they claim about something not really relevant. It is because they only thinking about how we can protect the traditional culture even when they in contact is really conflict with progressive social movement. It's because progressive social movement, it is something that really important in the situations. We need to highlight that kind of thing, that progressive social movement is something that really correlate with these situations. Progressive social movement, it means modern movements that push for equality, inclusivity, and rights. That is something that we need to highlight. Culture is not just ritual, but it is the backbone, the important of community identity. So that's why we are standing here with the main argumentations and point of view that really relevant and correlate with these situations. First is about society. Second is about culture. Our point of view is really clear. Society point of view is already said by my first speakers that mentions about that traditional culture practice, and what something that we need to declare is about this this debate is about should society prioritize preserving cultural practice when they really inclusive prioritize push for reform. And that's why our motion today is about this house will protect traditional culture even when they really have conflict like progressive with social movement. Progressive social movement is about something that really cultural. So our second argument is about SDGs 11. It is we mentioned about sustainability of these motions. Our motions is about to strengthen effects to protect and safeguard the world cultural and national heritage, and that's why traditional practice are part of heritage. Ignoring them erase identity and community in these situations, and that's why we standing here to provide something that more really beneficial in these situations. There is mechanisms and solutions in these motions. Mechanisms that we provide you alternative models. First is about we need a how we can protect and how we can still stand with these motions. First is with local protections frameworks. It is because recognize traditional under constitutionals and make it something that more policies. Second is about new progressive policies. We need to highlight that this in these situations we're not only talking about the situations about the cultural traditional culture, but we need to emphasize about the progressive social movement. What something that we need to balance in these situations. Because we only thinking we only not only thinking about the progressive policy, but we also thinking about the most under ego of cultural impacts. And we can do something like hybrid models. We can provide you hybrid models like traditional medicines integrated with modern healthcare. And that's why we need to protect these situations, why we need to still stand with these situations and still standing out with all the protections in this case. This is because 2 point of view. One is about traditional is not practice. It is who people are, erase identity. Second is about resilience and knowledge. We need to accept that many traditions and code survival strategies, and we need to achieve something that more safeguard in these situations. It is because my first speakers is already said about something that more crucial in these situations. Is it because we state we will create a priority, and we will create something that more practice in the situations, include the legitimacy, include the exceptions and space to continue. And that's why we already mentioned about the conflict. What even they conflict with progressive social movement, but it is something that we should prioritize preserving cultural practice. It is because they don't only provide how to improve in opposing universal traditions in these motions. And that's why we don't only protect traditions, but we provide you alternative model. We provide you something that made the real mechanisms and social movement race turning into a firm and cultural imperialisms, because we really worry about these situations. It really depends on something like if we focus on progressive things, we focus to something that more imperialisms. And that's why the imposing one universal idea is about that, not only just or equal, but we do something that more relevant and more moral consistent in these situations. There, the opposition is already mentioned about inconsistency, and something that inconsistent alternative models or something that based on only based on their opinion, on personal opinion, is really not relevant in the situations, because there is in really inconsistency and that's something that really generates accept their argumentations. And that's why even we generate accept the argumentations, it fails in reality. It's just because the history and practice show us the reality, show us the context of these motions. Their proposal is not just only unworkable, but it is something that they don't speak about the solutions or fail to explain the university will work and why there is not really sustainability in these situations. And that's why only one thing that you can trust for the futures, and that's not the opposition's team. Thank you.
Thank you to the Deputy Prime Minister. Now, to continue the debate, I would like to call the Deputy Leader of Opposition here.
Hi, am I audible? Sorry. Okay, I am. You everything that I say is for the sake of the debate. I do not mean to offend anyone. I will do bring examples of like culture examples, but please believe that I am not trying to point out it on anyone or anything in this debate. Pure preference for you to unmute because I'm not going to be opening the chats. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Progressive social movement was never going for devaluing the traditional and cultural values. What they want is to minimize two things: oppression and discrimination. And what do they want actually? They want to push to equality and inclusivity, right? This means that we wouldn't go to an extreme extent of actually like diminishing the entire culture all by itself, but slowly sort out what values are still aligned with the current progressive society. This is something that we're trying to like protect here, right? So proud to be opposition. What do we mean by this then? As much as we credit that traditional values, for example, and some cultural values can be very important, some of these values can actually be very discriminatory, right? What is the example of this then? The stratum system in Japanese culture that pushes the idea of oppressing the lower class, and like how everyone in the higher class is somehow better than those in the lower class. What will we do actually here then to actually still preserve what is actually they mean of like preserving the country here? We take the core values of each traditional values and absorb the values that still aligns with today's value in the status quo. For example, for the Japanese stratum system, highlights like politeness, right, and like respect. Then what will we highlight is these traits rather than the oppression all by itself. What will we reach then by actually getting this? The preservation of the culture itself without preserving any discriminatory values that comes with like the traditional values. This is something that we need to do, especially in the current status quo. Why? My prime minister has already told you about how it's very important in the current status quo for us to actually reach equality, for us to actually reach inclusivity. Why? Because oppression is literally coming from everything and not only like cultural values, right? This is something that is far more urgent rather than only protecting like one point of like traditional practices. Rather than when we actually forfeit or trade off this traditional culture, we can get something that is more advanced and something that is actually more helpful, especially in the context of in the current status quo. Moving to clarifications then. Firstly, they misunderstood our case. Look, our side never actually said on how we don't let this culture exist, to not exist, right? We've told you in our setup how check and balance exists. It's a spectrum. Not everyone will suddenly want to like opt out completely from its cultural group. But secondly, then look, social movements do not have the incentive to actually fight against traditional culture. For example, there's like no way social movements will go against like batik, for example, or something that is not at all correlated with dismantling inequality. This is something that needs to be highlighted. This is a characterization that we want to highlight. Social movement group will never want to be against those traditional values that are actually good for the sake of society. Meanwhile, if we actually apply our mechanism, then we actually just pick those values that are actually still aligning with like the status quo values, rather than still preserving those like traditional values that is still very discriminatory. That is what we want to be that is what we want out of the preservation itself. But moving on to extension, then what is the urgency here? What is the check and balance, and what would be people perception of like actually of actually like dismantling these traditional values, right? What's the thesis here? In the world full of oppression and a very much negativity around us, nothing is more urgent than uniting and minimizing potential conflicts coming from any external factors, which in this case, cultural issues and cultural values are also one of them. Their benefits then of like preservation and protecting minority groups then become questionable. How will it actually be only exclusive under their side of the house? Before moving on into like the mechanization and stuff, any POIs? 3, 2, 1. Moving on then. In order to reach the benefit of like gaining quality and inclusivity, there's a prerequisite of sacrificing. What do we actually mean by sacrificing and trading off here? When states choose to preserve one culture, other cultural traditional practice would still get bashed and at the very least would still get devalued. Meanwhile, it is safe to say that each and every country here in the current status quo is very heterogeneous and includes so much minority groups. So if their side wants to actually preserve like one cultural practice, it will actually still affect other kinds of minority groups in a certain extent, right? If we keep protecting the cultural practice entirely for the sake only for preservation, it will be only an endless cycle of pleasing like one minority group while bashing any other groups, right? It will create a perception, oh, like why is this value protected while it's very much discriminative? These are going to be the people perception in like the general society when it comes to like preserving those cultures, when it actually is very discriminatory and is very not inclusive and especially not aligned with like today's status quo. So why is it then becomes very harmful, and why do we not want this, right? Our side wants to minimize using quote unquote traditional practices and like cultural values as a justification for like doing things that is very massively discriminatory, right? What does this look like? For example, like the Bataknese culture that promotes patriarchal values, for example, the people that comes from like that minority, when they're like actually socializing with other minority groups, they will use their race as a justification for doing something that is very discriminatory, as naming name it under, oh, this is something that is my culture, you should respect it. This is something that we do not want to actually establish under our side of the house, right? This is a very exclusive harm under their side of the house. This becomes a burden under their side of the house. How if they want to preserve like every traditional practice that also includes like the things that are clashing with the progressive movements, then they need to provide how actually under their side people are not going to be clashing with one another, how traditional values are not going to be clashing with one another. Meanwhile, if we're talking about like the preservation, our side still gets the preservation at the end of the day. Why? Because we actually still preserve the actual good values that still aligns with the current status quo, right? So what's the likelihood of like these minority groups actually want to sacrifice something from their culture, right? Here's the thing, even when the people of the minority group itself are not directly a part of like the progressive movements, the minority groups are regenerating. The ancestors are slowly running out, and the people that are actually still stern with those discriminatory values of traditional values are suddenly will decrease by time goes. And the moment that this regeneration happen, some progressive people who are still in the minority groups will start to realize that these values are still not are not actually very good in terms of it's very discriminatory, for example. It's not very exclusive. And there's always going to be a minority inside that minority group itself. For example, like women in the Batakni society where they're constantly oppressed by the idea of patriarchism, for example. These are the idea of like people that would actually start to realize that their values within the minority groups itself are tend to actually be are actually open for like very progressive changes. For example, these are the likelihood of like these minority groups would actually still opt into progressive values and still would opt into doing actually sacrificing some things that is very within their cultural values, right? What's the impact of this then become? We will get a society that knows how important it is to actually prioritize progress and not stagnation. Meanwhile, their side is filled with those who are like egoistic of preserving their own culture, rather than a society that actually aware that their part of society actually needs like a really a progression and and actually sacrificing some methods of like some cultural values that are still very discriminatory, and it even affects those who are still in the minority group itself, which are the people who are the minority inside of that minority group itself. This is something that is exclusive under our side of the house. We still get the preservation, we still get like the protecting of the minority groups, so all of the benefits that they claim under their side of the house that become non-exclusive. This is why we're proud to oppose.
I thank you to the Deputy Leader of Opposition for the speech. Now calling upon the Government Whip here.
Am I audible? Wait. It's here. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Wait. The battery is running out. With my volume. Okay, I would like to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have been given a motion that sounds as the following. This house would protect traditional culture even when they conflict with progressive social movement, and we as the government team happily agree with these motions. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Arma Angelina Ta'ashim as the third speaker of the affirmative team, and as the third speaker, my position here to show why our case stood strong. Now, panels, the opposition, before I got into the main point, allow me to give some rebuttals. The opposition team state about discriminate, but actually protecting traditional culture is not about protecting what they do, but also practice about inclusivity. Also, ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason why you better stand with our arguments. Now let's take a look at our team's argument, which explains in issues in a more relevant, comprehensive, and realistic way. So our argument is clear. First, traditional is not just practice, it's identity, it's who we are. Also, traditional cultural practice undeniably one of a factor that made the people in a specific country is become union, and one of the factor of integrations in the country. Also, our duty today is not define every aspect of every tradition unquestioningly. Our duty too is to defend the right of self-determination, to protect the complex tapestry of human knowledge that progress often stream rolls. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have strong data and facts that occurred in the field that actually support our arguments. First, Environmental Stewardship, a 2019 UN report on biodiversity found that indigenous people upholding traditional land management practices protect an estimated 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity, while making up only 5% of the global populations. Their traditional practice of rotational farming and sacred growth and animistic respect for nature. Also in Japan, the multi-generation... Yes, please.
Indigenous people are protected through upholding individual rights. So what is the importance here in your case?
Thank you so much for your interruptions, but right here, the data we found that stark truth. As I said before, protecting traditional cultural practices is one of a factor to create inclusivity. So the traditional practice of rational farming, sacred growth, and animistic respect for nature, it is just example what they do. And the effect is undeniably proven. Also in Japan, the multi-generational EI system, and in many African cultures, the concept of Ubuntu, as known as I am because we are, provide social safety nets that atomize progressive societies and now desperately trying to reinforce. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we can ignore the traditional cultural practice because if we ignore them, it's risking to us having the crisis of identity. Also, case study from the language and medicine aspect of the estimate 7,000 language in the world really are endangered. With each language that dies, we lose a unique understanding of the world. The Kalawaya people of Bolivia, traditional healers, use a secret language to pass down knowledge of thousands of medical plants. Also, modern pharmacology has derived countless drugs from such traditional knowledge, from aspirin, as known as willow bark, to paclitaxel, as known as a cancer drug from the Pacific yew tree. And imposing a progressive monoculture literally causes life by destroying these living libraries. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have data point from cultural and erasure and suicide. The Canadian government's historical policy of forcing indigenous children into residential schools, a brutal attempt to progress them by erasing their culture, had devastating consequences. A study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, as known as JAMA, found that suicide rates among First Nations youth are 5 to 7 times higher than the non-Indigenous Canadian youth, with a direct correlation to the loss of cultural continuity and traditional community structures. This is the horrific human cost of the opposition's philosophy in the actions. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we are not arguing for a fossilized past. We are arguing for the right of communities to breathe, to adapt, and to evolve on their own terms. Tradition is not static. It is a river, not a statue. It changes, but it changes on within, informed by its own history and values, not by the bulldozer of external ideology. Protecting tradition is not about opposing progress. It is the ultimate progress. It is the progress with wisdom, with humility, and with respect for the diverse and beautiful ways of being human. For a future that is not just efficient, but also wise, not just uniform, but also diverse, not just new, but also meaningful. So I beg to propose these motions. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the government whip for the speech. Now, calling upon the opposition whip to start the speech. Here.
Hi, am I audible? Okay. Ayun tayo. Solo pa kayo. Yes. Oh, ano. My PY preference, please just unmute yourself, and then everything that I'm saying is just for the purpose of this debate. I don't mean to offend anyone. Starting in 3, 2, and 1. If Team Proposition enacted this motion 100 years ago, we wouldn't have civil rights right now. Women wouldn't have voting rights, we wouldn't be able to own property, and whatever misogynistic perception towards women would be 100 times worse.
I'd like to point out a few strategic flaws by reframing this debate. Government from the very start has the burden to prove why it's okay to sacrifice progressive reforms for the sake of preserving culture. Why is preserving identity and culture is that important to the point that you can trade off some progressive reforms, which we have framed is very important here, right? They also need to provide more picturization of their policy, right? Because the harms that they said would exist in our side is actually contingent on the policy that they are enacting, and there hasn't been any clear picturization on how this will actually be enacted, right? So then moving on to my clashes here. I have two clashes in this debate. The first one is the principal clash, and second one is about the practical clash. For the principal clash, the government team said that it's unfair if we put a progressive blanket policy for everyone and force it upon everyone here. But then opposition has already told you that minorities deserve rights and it is within their own interest, right? But then like a couple more responses then. First, we think that it's justified to sacrifice several traditions that clash with progress, even it's justified to sacrifice their identity for the sake of progressive change. Why is it that? Because first, we already told you that within these minority groups, there are the minority within these minority groups that are even more oppressed. Like, for example, the Hindu women that are in the Sudra classes that are the most oppressed because they're at the bottom of the class society, right? These are the most vulnerable actors that are actually being most benefited by us because they are actually given more individual rights and progressive reforms. But then secondly, we think that it benefits society as a whole. So we think that it's justified here. We think that this progressive society because it protects individual rights and agency here. Because look, people who want to preserve change can still benefit from this. Like a Bataknese father, for example, who goes bankrupt all of a sudden, but then he only has daughters. At the end of the day, women's rights will allow his daughters to get job opportunities more, and therefore this will benefit himself, who initially he didn't want progressive reforms to begin with for the sake of preserving his own culture and own identity as a Bataknese man, right? So no one knows if they can suddenly be the vulnerable class. No one knows if they can suddenly be marginalized. So anything can happen. So when we actually reform this, when we actually reform and bring more progressive change, we can actually benefit everyone in society here then. But then why is our principle of protecting individual rights and upholding equality is the most important thing in this debate, and therefore this outweighs their own principle. Because the right to choice and rights, it's basically their life, it's basically the right to live to begin with, right? Because notice how every single person in this world has different preferences in how they want to live, and therefore how they want to maximize their own life, right? It's only through their own choice that they can choose a life that they want. If we take away those rights, then they can't actually even live the life that is most valuable for themselves. And then this links back to how some cultural tradition oppresses minorities by limiting them from their personal agency. I'm sure my first and second speaker have already told you a lot of picturization regarding this. Like, for example, like how my female cousins in Medan are pushed to become stay-at-home mothers because of the patriarchal tendencies of Bataknese culture, right? So then the point here is that it's unjustified in their side too to oppress the minorities on the basis of upholding culture and identity. So we win this debate and also this clash because we have proved why it's justified to sacrifice cultural norms, and also we already proved why it's unjustified in their side because it's unjustified in their side if they want to preserve cultural norms on just when they actually oppress other people, right? So then moving on to the practical clash here. So I think that the impacts are divided into two. The first one is about society as a whole, and the second one is also the vulnerable actors. So they told you on how vulnerable actors are actually the ones that will be oppressed, right? So for responses to this, there is no likelihood analysis. Like, how does this policy manifest into that? Like they kept on bringing impact on how these vulnerable actors will be harmed, but where is like how will it actually happen here? But then secondly, we already told you on how this can still benefit vulnerable actors, and actually it only happens more in our side. And also this links back to my first speaker's case regarding social movements. They will be weakened. Firstly, it's because the state then has more power to go against the social movements on the basis of upholding culture. Like, it's like the state has more justification of not giving progressive reform because they have already enacted this policy of protecting these cultures, right? And I've already told you on how like they will be disincentivized as a whole, like from their internal movement, they will also be disincentivized. But then, thirdly, I already proved on how these minorities who oppose these change, they can still be benefited from progressive change. Because progressive change in and of itself, it benefits everyone, it benefits society. But I've already characterized that, right? But then fourthly, I just want to flip their entire case. Like they want these vulnerable actors to have rights to practice their culture, but note on how like the prerequisite of these minorities to have their own rights to practice their culture is to have more individual rights to begin with, and to protect minorities, right? Because like for example, they want these Bataknese people or like just these cultural people to have their own practices, but like if the majority of the people don't uphold human rights or progressive reforms, at the end of the day, they will still want to oppress the minorities that they want to protect here. So at the end of the day, the benefits that they want, they are contingent on us, because if you want change, if you want to protect the actors or like the minorities that have their own cultures, you need to protect individual rights, you need to protect their own agency here. So then what are the tipping points in which
please.
Oh yeah, before I move on, sure.
Okay, thank you. Our questions is in concern in the situations is about how you implement that cultural norms. That first. Second is about you guys mentioned about we protect minorities, but we doesn't state that we really protect our only
Orders.
minorities. Thank you.
First, I don't think it's our burden to prove on how the policy would be like, because it's your burden as the government team. Secondly, we think that it's important to protect because like in your side you want to protect the people to preserve their own culture, but notice how sometimes these cultural people, there are the minorities within their own groups, like Indonesia, like a lot of them are minorities here, right? So I think that it's very relevant to this debate. So then moving on to the weighing here, what are the tipping points in which we should weigh this debate? We think that in terms of scale, we already win this debate because we already proved that we win. We bring benefits towards the entire society. It's not only the vulnerable actors, we provide more benefits towards society. Meanwhile, government, at their best case scenario, they only protect the people who uphold their own traditions, and it's not only society, right? But then also in terms of engagement, we already engaged to their entire principle case and also their practical case regarding on how it's just how it's unjustified for us to like bearing one blanket policy. And then meanwhile, they haven't engaged to our case regarding on how it's actually unjustified for you to help back progressive reforms here. So due to us actually upholding progressive change and also protecting the vulnerable actors here, we are very proud to oppose.
I thank you to the opposition whip for the speech. Now to close the case from opposition, I would like to call the opposition reply here.
Hi, am I audible? Oh, sorry, hi, am I audible and visible now?
Yes, you are.
Starting in 3, 2, 1. The moment proposition comes to debate and bring this utopic world, and assuming that we don't live in a world with conflicts, we need to acknowledge on how this debate is about whether or not the protection is going to be beneficial in status quo that we have to take account for. Panels, this is not a this house prefers motion, so the condition of status quo needs to be accounted for. What opposition brings to you in this debate is how we need this to protect minorities, which double down the harm that is actually happening towards these groups in status quo right now, right? Few strategic flaws. First, they never really engage on how in their side they're going to be able to have this blanket policy but still catering towards the minorities in their side. We have to acknowledge on how this debate happens in the spectrum. So what this means is that there are going to be a lot of areas of people. It means that a lot of people are going to probably be included. It means that there are going to probably be vulnerable actors in this debate. We've mentioned on how the vulnerable actors in this debate are the ones who get oppressed, are the ones who get pressure on a day-to-day basis. It means that what happens in their side of the house, that these people in like minorities, these people in like the vulnerable actors within these groups are never going to be get catered to. They never really engage regarding that. two clashes in this speech. First, I'm going to talk about principle, and second of all, I'm going to talk about why we win on a practical level. First, what they told you in the first clash is about principle. What they told you is that their whole PM case is about, oh, you need to protect culture because it's year on year. You've built this for years and years. It's something that is inherently need to be protected because your ancestors built this. We say on how in our side is it really justified to protect certain cultural heritage or certain cultural norms in trade of the individual agency that you take off people? We have to acknowledge on how this debate happens in status quo, knowing that there are a lot of people who already have instilled progressive values. So with like maybe the effect of social media, the effect of their surroundings in their schools. We have to acknowledge on how these people are the vulnerable actors that get oppressed because of discrimination, that get oppressed because of misogynistic values that is being instilled within these traditional rights. We've told you from how the very start social movements have the incentive to dismantle sorts of these sorts of harms, right? Second clash then is about practicality. Their benefit in terms of practicality then only sits in the preservation of traditional values and identity. They never have really proven on how they're able to like protect these vulnerable actors that that are in this debate. They've never talked about how important preservation is in like opposed to like protecting certain groups from oppressors, certain groups from pressure, right? But also, meanwhile, under our side, we provide you with a clear likelihood analysis that our benefits becomes first an opt-out mechanism. Second of all, preserving the aligning cultural values means that even if there are going to be certain trade-offs, we see that is going to be inherently worth it on our side because then we're able to protect like these people. We're able to like dismantle certain discriminatory values, maybe certain like gender pay gaps that happen in status quo. Whereas in their side, they're only preserving like certain cultural values that are maybe like this, they're maybe like not going to be as aligned with society's wants, right? But our mechanism actually runs on the benefit that we claim in this debate, and the proximity of practicality is actually bigger on our side. Lastly, on weighing, first, on importance and vulnerability. Let's weigh this. First, we acknowledge on how we provide an explanation about how important knowing the urgency in status quo, but also we give various of choices of diversity for people. We provide the narrative of fluidity within people. It means that people have the initial choice. It's better for you to have a lot of choices for you to able to opt out of your culture instead of just sticking within that like bubble of you never having to go out. You're imprisoning people in their side of the house. And also, what we mean by urgency in status quo, there are certain urgency within our side. Therefore, it's much more urgent for us to be able to dismantle discriminatory values because we have to acknowledge on how like economic and inflation happens like a lot, right? But also, lastly, on mechanism, let's weigh this here. We've told you on how the very start, since we don't limit these social movements, we are giving the incentivize for them to be able to cater towards these vulnerable actors. We are giving them the capacity and resources to be able to actually cater towards the actors and all the actors in general in status quo. Incredibly proud to oppose.
And thank you to the opposition whip. Now to close the government case as well as close the debate, I would like to call government reply here.
Am I audible? Okay. Hold on. I'll stop my replay speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, today's debate has been about these motions that this house will protect traditional culture even when they conflict with progressive social movement. We emphasize again that this house, we totally agree with this motion since they get this house will protect traditional culture even when they conflict with progressive social movement. We already said about what is the progressive social movement, and we as the government is already said about the main reasons and the urgency and all the context in the begin about what is the main argumentations that really happening in the situations. And we're not only talking about the status quo but the reality, but the something that more capable. We not only provide you about the how we can protect traditional culture even when we really conflict with the progressive social movement. We provide you something like alternative models that really secures. So we must ask that which side is really better in these situations, addresses on these problems. This reply will not bring new arguments, but summarize the government's clearly wins today's debate. It's just because we bring about two point of view, it doesn't mean we really declare about the hypothetical problems only, but we summarize about something that more beneficial in the situations. First, we have two argumentations that really stand in these motions. First is about society, second is about culture. We really provide you something that we shows that the oppositions only mentions about the cultural norms, and something that like we only tackling like the minority, but we say that we prove why our side is really stronger, because we really inclusive in these situations. Our class is not only perceive colorations with these motions, but we perceive something that more relatable. We say that strengthen the effort to protect and safeguard the world cultural and national heritage is the most important things. It's just because traditional practices are part of heritage. Ignoring them erase identity and community, and that's why cultural is not just ritual. You guys is the opposition teams is already said about that. They do something that more inclusive, that do something that more rights. But in these situations, we worry about how the cultural is not it's really decreased. It's just because situations. So we say that cultural is not just really ritual, but backbone of community identity. So we already said about the urgency, the status quo, and all the argumentations that are relevant with the situations. We emphasize again that we really agree with these motions. It is because the word of protect, the word of progressive of social movement, and that's why the mechanisms and solutions we provide you to mechanisms and solutions that really correlate in these situations. First is about the policies. We build policies that really impacted in these situations, because if we build policies, we can understand something that much better. And then the third is about the mechanisms and solutions. If we build something that more relevant, is we're not only based from the opinion or argumentations, but we also thinking about the long-term solutions. What is the long-term solutions is the most important in case in this the most important topics in this case is really relevant in these situations in the reality. Even they told you about how they really correlate the situations with social norms, but notice how they never really prove it. They notice that they only show about the opinion without really the clear evidence. They don't only see about the assertions and argumentations, but they not only thinking about the evidence. So our chart is really show about the main and the greater argumentation that their benefits is really small and only for society or something that even in society, but we thinking about the hypothetical problems that more clearly weigh in these situations. So our hands are alert, real, and urgent, and we deserve to win these motions. And only one thing that you can trust for the futures, and that's not the opposition team. Thank you.
I thank you to the government reply, as well as thank you for all debaters. Now, let's wait for around 10 until 15 minutes so I can do my personal assessment and decide the winners and provide my justifications. See you later.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Halo semua, karena round
Recording in progress.
4 akan kita mulai dalam 5 menit lagi di 16.20. Di 16.20. Jadi untuk semua tim, mohon be on standby. 6 sekitar 2 menit lagi kita akan roll call. Jadi please be on standby. Terima kasih. Hi everyone, we're going to do a roll call before we release the draw for round 4. Just like what we've done earlier. If your team name is mentioned, you say you're here. Oh, complete. Okay. Kota Bandung,
We are here and complete.
Kota Banjar,
We are here and complete.
Kota Bekasi,
We're present and voting.
Kota Bogor, Kota Bogor, Kota Bogor, Kota Cimahi,
Here complete.
Kota Cirebon,
Here and complete.
Kota Depok, Kota Depok is not here. Kabupaten Bandung, Kabupaten Bandung Barat, Kabupaten Bekasi, Kabupaten Bogor,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Ciamis,
Present. Here and complete.
Kabupaten Cianjur, Kabupaten Cianjur,
Cianjur sedang sholat dulu, Pak. Mohon maaf. Sebentar lagi selesai.
Kabupaten Cirebon, Kabupaten Cirebon, Kabupaten Garut,
Bapak, maaf interrupt. Untuk Kabupaten Cianjur, sholat terlebih dahulu.
Oh ya, oke.
Sebentar lagi, Pak. Ya, siap. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Pak. Kabupaten Cirebon, Kabupaten Garut,
Kabupaten Garut hadir.
Kabupaten Indramayu,
Present and complete.
Kabupaten Karawang, Kabupaten Kuningan, Kabupaten Kuningan, Kabupaten Majalengka,
Majalengka
Kabupaten
izin istirahat sholat dulu.
Oh ya, oke. Kabupaten Pangandaran,
Pangandaran masih sholat.
Kabupaten Purwakarta,
Kabupaten Purwakarta sedang sholat dulu.
Kabupaten Subang,
Here.
Kebumen, Kabupaten Sumedang,
Present.
Kabupaten Tasikmalaya,
We're here.
Kota Sukabumi,
We're here.
Swing Team, Kota Tasikmalaya.
Kota Tasik sedang sholat.
Oke. Oke, mungkin kita karena masih ada yang sholat, mungkin kita tunggu sekitar 5 menit lagi. Kita akan list draw di 16.25.
Nggak ada suara.
Okay, everyone, we're going to start the draw release. Yeah, we're just going to release the draw. Hope everyone's already here. Everyone, draw for round 4 is released. You can directly name your Zoom name according to the format and update the draw. We're going to give you 5 minutes to name your Zoom name, and in the meantime, yeah, just please be on standby and wait for any announcement from the CAP. Okay. We're going to release the motion, giving it to Pak Dani to launch the motion.
Okay, okay, guys, listen up. Now, this is the last motion for today. So, because this is the last motion, this debate will be a silent round again. Okay, are you ready? Okay, the motion goes in round 4. This House believes that justice should be prioritized over mercy. This House believes that justice should be prioritized over mercy. Right? So, and the case building starts from now.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dani. Case building time starts now. Debate will start at 17 past 6 WIB. We're opening the breakout room right now. Good luck, everyone. Oh, one more thing. This is a silent round. So after this, you can directly leave the Zoom meeting, as there will be no more rounds for today. So after the debate, just leave the Zoom meeting. Good luck, everyone.
Perhatian untuk semua rekan juri ini tes.
Oh enggak, dari gue lupa.
Hello, Panitia. Sorry to disturb us from the Bekasi team. Can we be moved to the breakout rooms? Or is it okay if we join ourselves? We were assigned to the 8th room. We're supposed to be in the 9th.
After this, you guys can just leave the Zoom because yeah, we wouldn't have anything else to do after that. Also, just several housekeeping rules to remember off. Maximum time of speaking is 8 minutes and 30 seconds. POIs between the first and the 7 minutes. If you have any preferences, please state it before before you start your speech. If there is no preference, then automatically it's assumed as unmute. And
Before I start, I want to say if you have any POI, please just unmute yourself because I won't be checking the chat box. Okay. I will start in 3, 2, 1. Panels, imagine your very close family member just got into a case of sexual assault. Imagine them as the victim of sexual assault. But instead of the perpetrator getting into jail or getting into court, the perpetrator got away because of their political connection or their economic status or social status and so on and so forth. Obviously, nobody wants to be in this situation, right? But before I go on as to why this case matters so much, I want to clarify several things from the motion. First of all, before I go on deeper into justice, I want to go deep into what mercy is. In our case, mercy is basically the action of giving punishment undeserved to the extent of a crime. And so this could be partially or totally exempting someone from punishment because of several reasons that goes on to their leniency. And secondly, I want to clarify that justice is basically the action of holding people accountable for the deed that they did. Right? And I want to clarify that there are 5 pillars of justice systems. The first of all is isolation. Second of all, proportionality, rehabilitation, retribution, and the 5th is deterrence. But in this debate, I want to focus more on the proportionality. What is proportionality in the justice system? It's basically a pillar to make sure that the crime that someone did is equal to the punishment that they get. And so this includes time, nature of the punishment. It could be like for someone who did a crime that is not considered severe. This could you can give them punishments as in community work, or perhaps for those who did severe crimes, they can get death penalty and so on and so forth. And so I will go on as to why this matters. First of all, justice
Recording in progress.
prioritizes fairness to victims and also the perpetrator. For the victims, it protects their basic human rights and dignity. Why? Because as I said before, in the proportionality, if we give punishment according to the severity of the crime. And so this obviously holds perpetrators to their moral accountability, right? And this also gives more assurance to the victims because they know that the perpetrator that has done sexual assault to them is actually being forced to pay for the deeds that they did, right? And this obviously also, as I said before, protects the basic human rights and dignity of the victims. We know that victims of sexual assault, they are already traumatized in terms of their body getting exploited and so on and so forth. And so obviously they want their perpetrators to be as far away as possible from them and to necessarily experience the same trauma or the same severity of trauma that they experience throughout their case. And second of all, the reason why justice should be prioritized in our case is that for deterrence. First of all, deterrence obviously means that we want to prevent perpetrators to commit the same crime they did, right? And this is obviously to promote stability in society. Why? Because deterrence means that more people will want to conform to the laws that shape that society. And we know that laws actually derived from that society's very values and also norms. And so obviously this laws means this laws, why laws exist is because laws want to protect individuals' independence. We want individuals to feel freedom, to feel liberty, without having their liberty violating others' liberty, right? And so that's why we have laws. And so obviously, and so that's therefore we want justice to be able to be used for perpetrators to take accountability for their action, and also for victims to feel like as if their basic human rights and dignity are being respected. Second of all, we want justice. We want justice system to be case to case basis, in which we don't want cases to be generalized. We don't. We want cases to be. We want people to hold perpetrators accountable accordingly to the severity of their crimes. And obviously, this doesn't work if we give them mercy already, right? We said already that mercy is basically to give punishment undeserved to the extent of the crime, and therefore, we want people to be held accountable for what they did. And the opposition may argue that rehabilitation is also a form of mercy, but we feel like this is definitely not the case. Why? Because although rehabilitation includes some forms of mercy, as in we don't give them severe punishments, as in physical punishments, or we give the mental punishments as in by isolating them and so on and so forth, but rehabilitation will essentially still holds perpetrators accountable, because we still monitor them, right? We still isolate them in a specific environment, so that they can focus on their treatment. And actually, treatments themselves can actually be viewed by these perpetrators as way of suffering, right? If you were to be a drug dealer who uses drugs every day, and you're now in the rehabilitation stage in which you are not allowed to use any drugs for the whole entire day, of course this treatment can also be seen as a punishment, right, for you. And so what we're trying to advocate is that justice should be prioritized, because we want to hold perpetrators accountable according to the severity of their crime, and we want to protect the basic human rights and dignity of the victims that have experienced the incidents. And so therefore we are proud to propose.
Thank you for that speech. First up.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, I would first like to mention that my POI preference is just unmute yourself. Okay, my speech will start in 3, 2, 1. Good evening, Honorable Adjudicator, esteemed proposition team members, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to open this debate with this statement, that this motion is not something foreign at all, panels. In fact, we ourselves are experiencing this on our daily basis somehow, because this is something that integrates ourselves within the community. As the opposition team, we are here to take a stand disagreeing to the motion. This House believes that justice should be prioritized over mercy. My name is Jaina Mayadi Satyadi as the first speaker opposing to the motion, and here are the point of our arguments that we will talk about. 1, how using only one point of view or justice is lacking empathy and needs to have other sectors that can, for the lack of better words, judge. And 2, how the use mercy in law implementations can build and develop a better future in the long term. So our case for this is built on these core pillars: empathy and mercy as a media to develop justice. More detailed arguments will be conveyed by our second speaker, Apna, and our third speaker, Gabriel. We believe that this debate is critically important for the future of the law world, and we are ready to engage. Now, panels, before jumping into our arguments, a few keys of rebuttals here. First, their side of the House argues that the punishment needs to be equal to the crime, and it protects the human right based on the severity of the crime. But let's take a moment to discuss the motive behind the crime itself. Does it really not need any mercy for the case to move on in the first place? If the proposition side of the House said it's not needed since the law already proposes a law to quote unquote check the motive, then isn't developing that law itself come from the mercy? This key of rebuttal will be elaborated more on our substantive later on, but let's move on to the second key of rebuttals. Their side of the House didn't even mention an actual and clear comparison to mercy and justice whatsoever. You're just saying you want justice, you want justice, you want it to be case to case. You said you don't want to generalize it or standardize it, but isn't using justice making crime standardized and generalized rather than looking at it circumstantially? Moving to our substantive, the first point we would like to talk about is how using only one point of view or law on justice is lacking empathy. And mercy is another aspect we need to open our minds to. We would like to give you some clarity on empathy. It is not another sub story or sub reasoning that you hear along those lines, but something coherent and fully relevant in the case. Mercy operates in a law as an act of suspending and reducing a deserved punishment, allowing for individuals circumstances and compassion beyond strict legal rules. It is exercised through mechanisms like prosecutors designing press charge, just imposing lighter sentence, etc. This provides an alternative to an often rigid application of justice and offering personalized leniency. Moving on to our second substantive panels, their side of the House continuously mentioned how it wouldn't be fair nor subjective, but think about it this way. Isn't mercy a key for rules and laws develop? Rules and laws cannot be stagnant. That is why even in our own country, we have amendments and changes. For example, take this, segregation laws in America, such as Jim Crow laws, were dismantled by the moral and mercy, leading to overturning landmark legislation like Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Fair Housing Act in 1968. Mercy played a role in humanizing aspects of the civil rights movement in combination with these legal challenges, court decisions, activism, and even legislative action. So with these reasons, you can't just prioritize one point of view of justice, but also mercy and morals. Saying that justice should be prioritized over mercy is something too absurd to say when the law itself is circumstantial and always needs to be improving rather than being stagnant. Mercy is the ultimate tool used to debunk unequal, discriminative rules and laws. Prioritizing justice over mercy is overlooking the circumstantial fact that we need to focus on too. Supporting our argument, a study from 2022 shows that empathy plays a critical interpersonal and societal role, enabling sharing experiences, needs, and desires between individuals and providing an emotional bridge that promotes pro-social behavior. And this, in fact, opens the possibility rather than limiting one's case to a certain circumstance only. The core of the issue is not the crime itself, but the motive and the circumstance. Take this case for an example. An old woman is caught stealing, let's say, sweet potatoes because her family is in poverty. Is caging her in a jail an actual way to solve a problem in hand, or is it just something where mercy should work? Even objectively, it is something inhuman to put her in a jail or make her pay a ridiculous amount of fine. We need to be looking at the motive and the circumstance behind her actions. Not to mention, as how the first speaker of the proposition team said, the justice itself can be misused by the elitists whose only objective is to escape the law. But is that really what we call mercy? No, it is not. In fact, if it's limited to justice only, there's no empathy for the actual quote unquote, victim here. Only reassurance for the elitist who wants to escape punishment they're supposed to receive. It is not mercy. Law being fast changing and cannot be stagnant needs mercy to develop and improve, as stated before in my substantive. This whole purpose of law created is, of course, to be just, but is it just about how someone doing bad things should receive punishment, or is it something we must take more account to? Our side of the House has shown numerous times that mercy is a key to rule and laws being in development in the long run. So with all of those reasons, we're so very proud to oppose to the motion. This House believes that justice should be prioritized over mercy. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech. To continue the case of the government, please welcome the second speaker. Government team.
Okay, yes, thank you. Right, I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, understand that the mercy in human words isn't the same mercy to which God has given to us. We live in a world where mercy can only be bought by those who are privileged enough to manipulate the truth itself. Few responses before we get into like extensions, right? First, they talk about how we haven't given any comparison about mercy, but we flip it back and say that they haven't once mentioned what mercy looks like to begin with. They say that mercy is like the fundamental of like amendment, the fundamental of like justice system itself. But the main question is, mercy itself cannot work by itself. Mercy needs to be developed into something that is more practical to the human size. Why? Because mercy itself is arbitrary. Mercy is based on subjective needs and like psychological understanding of how we see these human beings, and we need to give mercy on them. We have told you that in the 5 pillars of criminal justice system, we do have rehabilitation, we have proportionality, and which all of them have already reflected on humanity themselves. Justice system already reflects upon like empathy itself. Therefore, why like we cannot just give death penalty without like recklessly to people, right? Because there is proportionality itself, there is empathy inherently in the entire justice, right? And you also say that like we cannot like in our side of the house, if we use justice, we will not be looking at the cases thoroughly and according to conditions. They say like examples of like a grandma stealing like sweet potatoes. We say that panels, justice includes utilitarianism metric, meaning that in the justice system, there will be a mechanism in which the like perpetrator of something will be viewed, their background, whether or not they actually are able to afford a lawyer or stuff like that. If this case actually happens, the like what's happening is not to give like this grandma mercy. Instead, we give her justice. We need to like listen to her, give her rehabilitation to understand what she's trying to like perceive, and if she wants to mitigate out of her condition, what she's going to do is not to steal potatoes, but to actually like seek for help for like this community service, etc. Right? And then few extensions. Then first, anything involved in the justice system or like the court will include actors such as like lawyers, judges, and also like victim and also like perpetrators, right? But then note that through each actor has their own rights and obligation, but some actors may be more privileged on a higher ground than the other, which means that this debate defends the most like vulnerable actors, which is the minorities. The minority in the debate can be both the victim and also the perpetrator. This depends on the situation and the case itself. And second, mercy isn't likely to be given without any external intervention. Why? Because first layer, lawyer is a lucrative job. We know that they have higher incentive to help people with money, because we understand that lawyers need money to feel like their to buy their bill, to pay their bills and stuff like that. It's a lucrative job, so inherently they will always find people who are more influential, right? And then second of all, even if we bite the bullet and say, oh, it's pure mercy, this judge actually gives mercy to this person because the person really deserves it. This is so bad because it will initiate backlashes toward the parameter of criminals being forgiven. Many like society will ask, why is this person forgiven? Well, there are many other cases in which the same person who does this, no thank you, who does the same like crime is not forgiven itself, right? And then mercy cannot be measured pragmatically. Usually depends on like psychological and subjective reasoning, and also if we give mercy to the culprit, we will not give mercy to the victim. And even if the victim themselves will actually give consent to give like mercy to like these culprits, it still will be bad because it will create like a chain effect of people asking to also get mercy back and forth on the like entire justice system, right? And then the first argument, then I'll be talking about how justice is just more, will just like give more equality in general, and how it will be putting leverage on minorities other than like what opposition has given, right? Because first, law is a form of both preventive and repressive actions in humanity. Note that law still sees criminals and as humans being. Like we as people who believe that justice is more prioritized, we see criminals as human beings, even through justice seeking or like judicial mechanisms. This is proven because even in like courts, criminals or like the culprits will still have the right to speak. They will still be like have the right to tell the judge like why they did this and that. So we still see them as human beings. And then reasons why, if we prioritize justice, this will actually initiate equality. 2 layers in this. A, utilitarianism metric still exists. in finding justice. Exactly because human beings, exactly because law is something that prioritizes human to be human, to humanize human, and even if they did something wrong, they have another chance, which means that in this mechanism, one, the justice system will actually hold like a court or like an interrogation session upon this culprit. And if, like what opposition said, the case is like a grandma stealing potato, in the end of the day, this criminal can still have a right to speak, and like the court will have like a background view of criminals of whether or not this person is able to get like a proportional punishment, right? If the proportional punishment or like the justice system says that this person doesn't deserve to go to prison, then that's justice. That's the justice that we're fighting for. Well, on your side of the house, you have never mentioned what exactly is like the applicative measure of like mercy, even though you gave like a lot of you gave some examples of like a research, which I don't even know where do you get that research in the first place. But the thing is about how mercy doesn't give this like fully applicative like mechanism in the justice system. You haven't said like how could like a mercy be put in the justice system in like entirety of like the judicial system, right? You just said that okay, the judge said okay, I forgive you, and then you can just go. Like that's the main point that you just gave, and then which means that if someone doesn't deserve to go to prison, in the end of the day, we will still take, at the very least outside of the house, we will still take action. For example, we will still give them rehabilitation because we know even if this person is innocent, as in like the utility metric, even if this person like stole sweet potatoes, yes.
Nobody's letting go of culprits.
If that's really the case, and I would like to ask, what is mercy on the side of the house? If this is talks about leniency, in the end of the house, in the end of the day, leniency of like a certain case needs to be put into like a judicial and like justice review in the first place. If you only put like mercy as its own self without any metrics that has the 5 pillars of justice system, this will be rigid in the end of the day. And then go to the B section there. This like the entire justice system will just mitigate like about non-empathy and stuff that like opposition has mentioned before, right? Second of all, justice is like seeing criminals as human beings. Panels, we know that not every human is perfect. Not every human can actually like obey the rule because they have certain marginalized problems. What's happening in like justice system is that at the very least we can still give them leverage without breaking the system and making other people like ask what they need to like ask like, well, why they didn't get this? Why didn't they get the same right? What are we saying in this is that we see every human being as equal. Even if you're like underprivileged, we still say that we're not gonna like let you go and have your mercy because you're like poor and broke. We're gonna say that you are as equal as other human beings, as the rich people who got to prison. You are as equal to them. But the main thing is that I'm not gonna give you as a harsh punishment as they give to the criminals. Meaning that this actually will eliminate many stigmatizations that many poor people are being put in mercy. Like this will eliminate all of the stigmatizations that a lot of poor people are being put on mercy, and that's the reason why they're like not in prison. In the end of the day, we say that minorities will be fully safe on our side of the house because of there's no stigmatization, equality, and there's just inherently more mechanism to begin with. Proud to propose.
All right, thank you for that speech. Second speaker, opposition.
Wait. I haven't. Okay. Am I audible? All right. My speech will start in 3, 2, 1. Panels, how would society define what is good and bad circumstantially? We are evolving being that is constantly seeking for the betterment of every party and avoid conflicts as much as possible. And justice here exists as a man upstairs to bad and good. And like bad and good evolve as we become more aware of things and become more merciful of things. We correct ourselves, thus law follows through. With that being said, justice must follow through the current of said change and cannot be stagnant and regressive, because the proposition side of the house is advocating for the growth of justice to be watered under a roof instead of letting it flourish to fit into a specific complex cases. Their stance is safe, panels, and I mean that in a derogatory way. They are choosing a safe lane and in doing so is actively pushing away any concept of progress in a world that is constantly progressing. However, a few keynotes of rebuttals here. First is that they have claimed that we haven't shown, our side of the house haven't shown any type of what mercy looks like in the eye of the criminal justice system. However, yes, we have. May not be explicitly. We're sorry that you didn't catch that. However, I will explain that further in my substantive. So if you would just be patient for a little bit, but we did actually paint you a picture of what mercy could look like in our side of the house from our first speaker. However, maybe you didn't catch that, therefore might listen in for this time. Now, the second one is that they say mercy cannot stand on its own. We never claimed that. The motion itself is prioritizing, not replacing. So if they're saying that mercy cannot stand on its own, we completely agree with that. We completely agree that justice still exists under our side of the house, just not prioritized as much as on their side of the house. Next, they talk about proportionality, whatever. And they talk about how like the criminals, the crime that they commit should be equal to the punishments that they receive. Sure, of course, we completely agree with that. We do not think otherwise, because on our side of the house, again, we're not saying mercy is like, oh, you're sad and you are being sorry about it, so you can get out of this court and not have any sentences at all. No, that's not what we're saying at all. And we've stated that super clearly in our first speaker. However, we will restate that on my substantives. However, a few keynotes of here panels. One, we are not advocating mercy as a sob story to eliminate or reduce sentences in any way, shape, or form. Though we are taking a lane of empathy, it may not be in a way that the proposition side of the house thinks, which I'll elaborate more in my substantive. Thus, we're not here to advocate for rehabilitation for unrelated crimes, such as rehab for sexual assault or for mere manslaughter. Second is that we are also not advocating mercy to soften the justice system, so it is easily digestible whatsoever. We are here to debate on how the justice system would look like if mercy is taken into account more so prioritized, and especially not dismissed entirely. All right, panels, two things I'd like to say here is that first is how mercy actually looks like in the justice system's lens, and second is how justice cannot be stagnant. First is prioritizing mercy over justice can favor the law by promoting public trust, allowing for individual justice that accounts for unique circumstances, and serving as a valuable tool for rehabilitation and restorative justice. Mercy can humanize a legal system, which is crucial for a societal cohesion and can be more effective at reducing crime than overly harsh punishments. Not to mention, motive plays a huge role when it comes to justice. For instance, those murdered for their wrongdoings, is the murderer going to be punished like every other cold-blooded murder? Or will mercy be given a part to play there as the role of empathy? To paint a better picture, I'll ask the proposition side of the house a question, and that is, if a man is murdered by another man because he, the deceased, have committed acts of extreme sexual violence to numerous women, will justice still be applied blindly, or was that not just a mistake of the justice system to begin with? Because justice requires all people to face consequences for their misdeeds, but mercy allows the consequences to be tailored to the situation. Now, second substantive here is that justice cannot be stagnant because it must constantly adapt to societal changes, new forms of injustice, and evolving understandings of fairness and human rights. A static justice system would fail to meet the needs of a dynamic world, leading to continued suffering, increased conflict, and a breakdown of very social order it aims to uphold. As I said at the start of my speech, a stagnant justice is a non-functioning justice. Taking the previous case into consideration, if the court still gives the man who murdered a repeated sexual offender the same sentence as a cold-blooded reckless murder done by a psychopath in a manic episode, then it can be declared that justice is officially non-functioning and meaningless. Therefore, this is where mercy comes in play. Mercy promotes progressive justice by focusing on the context and humanity of individuals, allowing for addressing the root causes of wrongdoing rather than relying solely on a strict retribution. By considering mercy, justice system can shift from punishment-focused outcomes to more effective, nuanced approaches that prioritize human dignity, social well-being, and potential for transformation, ultimately leading to a more just and equitable society. Now, they mention how mercy isn't pragmatic. However,
So you think that if mercy should be pragmatic, first of all, you are explaining how mercy is going to completely take over the justice system and not acquaint for justice at all, which is again not the motion and not the point that we are debating. We're debating that we are going to take consideration of mercy even more than we already are. And so if you say that mercy isn't pragmatic, so you're saying that law should be pragmatic, so law is general, and that is in contradictory of your own cases from the first speaker of the proposition team, saying that it shouldn't be a crimes and laws shouldn't be laws specifically shouldn't be generalized. However, you're saying that mercy isn't pragmatic, meaning that law needs to be pragmatic. Now, the proposition side of the House keeps mentioning the fact that we are going to use and we are going to give these culprits the amount of punishment that they deserve because that is how the law works. Of course, however, when we're talking about that only applies to when the case is crystal clear, when the case is A murders B for no apparent reason. However, whatever happens if, like I said, the narrative happens of there's going to be confusion, and if mercy isn't playing a huge part there, the entire case would collapse and the entire justice system would not be trusted upon anymore, because the public's view would be like different from the court's view, because the court's view would think that as long as this is like just and is like in ways of the laws and not considering mercy at all, or considering mercy in a tiniest bit, that means that the law have failed the society whom they need to be serving at the first place. With that being said, we're so very proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech, Turkov.
Test. Can you hear me?
Yes, but there's an echo.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, better now.
Okay. Starting speech in 3, 2, 1. Motive does not excuse the crime. Opposition would like to protect these people, but an excusable motive would be the likes of one predicated upon necessity. Necessities such as food or shelter will only ever refer to and imply light crimes, such as petty theft or loitering. It will never encompass or justify murder. These crimes are given deserved mercy by the tribunal in the judicial system, by the fact that these less severe crimes are given less severe punishments. A petty theft by a homeless person simply trying to feed his family will never be retaliated against with capital punishment. This is justice. Secondly, opposition would like to equate mercy with progression and justice with stagnation, but it's just not the case. Laws can change, addendums can be amended absent the involvement of any mercy. Now, it is here that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we see the primary tenet of equality and fairness of which our current civilization is based on is justice. In this tenet, several pillars have been clearly laid out previously by my counsel. The most important pillar in this case for our argument is proportionality. Juries in proposition's house, as wall of the house, we define proportionality as a spectrum that ties the punishment that a criminal gets with the severity of their crime, either by factors of time or the nature of their punishment. This does not mean we as proposition are completely against mercy. As the motion stresses, we prioritize justice over mercy. As my counsel has previously mentioned, mercy cannot exist effectively in a vacuum. In order to effectively employ mercy, we have to couple it with something more rigorous, in this case, justice. And doing so will result in a type of mercy we'd like to call just mercy. Just mercy, as a proposition, our house insists, it's not the topic of the motion, is when small severity is given small punishment, as I've said before, when, for example, loiterer is given a fine. The motion, we believe, refers to unjust mercy, as would happen when said severity of punishment plummets below the threshold on said spectrum, for the crime, and this happens because of extrajudicial reasons, such as including but not limited to influence, ethnicity, or appearance. Now, I'd like to take you all back to a time where justice was the most prevalent thing in the minds of the world, shortly after World War II in the Nuremberg trials, specifically the first Nuremberg trials, held in Nuremberg by the Allies against the Nazis, the most vile antagonists of this chapter of history, and they were put on trial. Now, it is here that we perhaps see the most glaring example of the disproportionality of unjust mercy. A high-ranking Nazi official, essentially a right-hand man to the Führer himself, was put on the podium and cross-examined. Surely it will be obvious to see the blatant guilt and obvious verdict that will ensue. But would you believe that he was completely acquitted of his crimes? Yes, through an unjust combination of eloquent regaling of his tall tales, but how even he had attempted to assassinate Hitler, as well as how he was coerced into committing all the atrocious war crimes he's convicted of, to claiming that he was unaware of the deplorable acts done by the Nazi Party, of which hard and physical evidence was presented in the court, falsifying these statements. Among them is literal physical evidence of him being there when the crimes were being discussed. Even then, for his words and sympathetic facade, he was given mercy. And will this not be the most clear and evident example of extrajudicial factors affecting proportionality? This, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is what would happen on the opposition side of the House. Now, must we even speak of the equality of the matter? Is justice not essentially fighting for the equality of all citizens, criminals, and especially the victims? As my counsel has stated time and time again, justice is the only way to safeguard the fairness in regards to the victims. We must respect and empathize with those affected, for we must uphold their dignity. Imagine your family members were murdered, but precisely because of the killer's eloquent use of vocabulary or his background in the literature and the arts, he was acquitted for nothing more than his words or maybe his appearance. Is this fair? This is mercy, but this is not justice, as our House would like to state. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what this debate decomposes towards is the evident protection of our human right and equal tenets. The stable product of this decomposition is the clarity that the only way to achieve just treatment for all is simply by enacting, as its namesake suggests, justice, and not blindly listening to the irrational emotional impulses of our primal subconscious, a primal subfunction that opposition would like to call mercy. But this mercy is not predicated upon any logical standard, as opposed to what our House would suggest, alternative B, justice, of which we have stated again the many pillars that make up justice and how those pillars enact fair, equal, and just dissemination of punishment to all the parties involved. Now, we should not use mercy blindly as itself, as I've said before, cannot exist in a vacuum. Au contraire, if we instead retool these impulses of our emotional leniency in a way that isn't blind, but deliberate and objective by adhering it to a greater logical system, a system we call justice, we can make the best out of mercy. Mercifully, we propose.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Third up. Yeah, audible.
Wait. My speech will start in 3, 2, and 1. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine living in a world where the system matters more than your condition that might not fully align with what the law has written over the past decades, where existing law itself were built through a lot of trials and has been continuously improved with every different kinds of matters in society, which is by experiments and experience, but somehow has become merciless just because of the systemic law. Now that question alone shows us where our side of the House stands on this debate. We strongly disagree with today's motions being this House believing that justice should be prioritized over mercy. There's a few keys of rebuttals that I'm going to present. Firstly, justice protects its people, which is entirely correct. They talk about how justice protects its people. And taking their own example of a person getting sexually assaulted, they want to
they want the perpetrators to get punished. But then again, taking our side of the house own our own side of the house examples from our second speaker on what if the victim fight back? Would she be punished, or would he be punished for hurting the perpetrator, or would we just punish her for fighting back against someone who is trying to hurt her or him? And also, here's the question for the other side of the house. Do they even listen to our arguments? We actually literally do explain how mercy would not place justice. Instead, help it also improves enough. Also, we are given enough clarity on what and how mercy would take place in the society of the justice. Next, the other side of the house do not give us enough solutions to the example that they are trying to backfire us on. Of talking about the elderly woman trying to steal food. Do you really think that community service or a huge amount of fine really would stop the person from stealing when they are in poverty? Don't you know that punishment is given to actually stop the people from doing so again and again? And would you think that making them do community services or making them pay a huge amount of fine stops them from doing that? Which is very much untrue. Poverty is still the core issue and is still the main problems of this particular example. And also, they basically talk about how people will misuse mercy and use their soft story to get away from punishments. But here, ladies and gentlemen, don't you think that the courtroom have its own system of investigations? Does the court just take every case's rolly? If you think so, then you are downplaying the whole justice system on its own. So no, mercy would have a low chance of misuse, since the court and the justice and the law has its own process on how to take cases, on how to make it work and not be misused. If you're downplaying the whole justice system on its own, then what are you standing on? And also, they're talking about how light crime are given mercy. So you are actually trying to contradict your own side of the house. You're talking about how light crime, something to be called light, is supposed to be given mercy. So you are actually taking our side, showing empathy and showing mercy to the, let's say, the one doing a crime, even though it's light. Next, they talk about how amendments and rules can be changed without mercy and can be done without mercy, but they do not give us enough clarity on how it would work, which is very confusing, because how can you do an amendment, a change of rules, a change of ideas, when you don't even have enough a capacity to actually acknowledge the problems and actually acknowledge which of its part needs to be changed without mercy and acknowledging the problems. Also, they mention justice as a way to reach for equality, but then again, empathy would actually help the establishment of equality itself, which empathy is what supports mercy itself. And now let me remind you again where our side of the house is standing on this debate. We understand opposing to the motion is actually acknowledging the fact that justice is there to serve society, and society is not stagnant. It changes throughout decades. It always improving. It's always have its own issues to tackle on. It always that society is not a block or a thing. It's something that is very much dense. For example, back then, also stated by our first speaker, this segregation is very much common. Nowadays, it's actually used as a proof and a way to make sure everyone wouldn't violate that matters again. But now we adapt with so many more different issues on society that grows, which is why we are creating or adjusting on what justice must be served with morality and, of course, with mercy. Justice and law should put their empathy into place to know what must be completely given to them and which to hand out some sort of acknowledgement and understanding and much more clarity. Let's take an example brought up by our first speaker again of the elderly people stealing a sweet potato because they are living in poverty and cannot be working productively anymore in such old age. Would you rather be merciless and unacknowledge the fact that the case of issue here is actually poverty? Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, to summarize this debate, Empathy, mercy, and justice is what society needs to serve its people, not out of system, but out of humanity. And we, therefore, our side of the house are proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that speech. Opposition reply.
All right, am I audible? Oh, wait, we're
Yes, you're audible.
All right, panels. My speech will start in 3, 2, 1. Panels, let's review this circling debate with 3 clashes. However, allow me to flag some problematic things coming from the proposition side of the House. First is that their side of the House is severely inconsistent when it comes to interpreting the motion, such as how they constantly replace prioritize to replace then back to prioritize in the motion. Second is that they have failed to engage with our arguments. Instead, they just gave us a whole bunch of nothing. Instead of saying no because, they just said no, period. Example is how they fully dodged our question of a complex case, which is crucial to this debate, meaning that even they understand in those cases, mercy is giving an upper hand and must be. Now, what did they did instead, again, is talk about proposition, how you have to give equal punishment to like the crimes, but we've done refute that long ago, because we're talking about how like these kind of method, this pillar of justice can only be applied when the crime itself is linear, when the crime itself is objectively wrong or objectively right, and objectively small or objectively big. So if, as I say, if person A shoots person B, that is linear. That is, of course, it's wrong for no particular reason per se. They just want to start firing at them. Then sure, give them a proportion of punishment that they need, of course. However, again, this type of pillar does not apply when it comes to a very complex case such as mine. For example, other types of cases like this are what do we do with corruption crimes? Do we ask them to pay back the money? Isn't that just corruption money then again? Or do we jail them and not get the money back? So it's a very complicated kind of case that requires a hefty amount of mercy in it, to not give them mercy as in like, oh, okay, it's okay that you did that. It's not like that, because again, we've already characterized what mercy looks like in our side of the house, or in even the lenses of law itself. We didn't say that we're gonna let someone go based off mercy itself, based off mercy on its own. However, we mentioned that in the middle of the debate, and then towards the end of the debate, their side of the house still constantly talks about that. Now, the second key clash is that they talked about we don't want to generalize crime. However, that is completely contradictory to what they are proposing. They are proposing justice to be extremely dominant in the law system and not even with mercy. And that is going to make a generalized looking courtroom. It's going to make crimes generalized, because it's going to narrow them down with eliminating motive, eliminating like other circumstances that is around it. Now, the third clash and the last clash is rehabilitation. Again, we are not here to advocate about rehabilitation. We haven't been saying that since the first speaker, yet they still managed to make this faux case and create it out of nothing as if we've said it. Do not put words in our mouths, because we never said that we're going to put them in rehabilitation just because they sexually assault somebody, because that doesn't make any sense, because rehabilitations is existing because there are actual crimes that need to be rehabilitated, as in like alcoholics, like drunk drivers, and then like people with mental issues that can lead to them harming themselves or other people. Those are when we are talking about rehabilitation. But again, we have never even talked about rehabilitation at all. Therefore, they are talking on nothing, panels. With that being said, so very proud to propose we close our case. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that speech. Government reply.
Wait, let me find my stopwatch. All right. I'll be starting my reply speech in 3, 2, wait, hold on. In 3, 2, 1. Panels, the main problem under side opposition is how they have not yet to give any alternative mitigation to face any inadequate nature of human beings as an autonomous creature. Just like what I said, knowing that the nature of lawyer is lucrative, knowing that mercy cannot be fully just given without any external factors in the end of the day. And they also, their entire case is basically explaining proportionality. In the end of the day, they mention that this is something that's justifiable because in the end of the day, the person getting murdered is someone who has sexual assaulted somebody else, right? In the end of the day, it is proportionate to what they have done to begin with. Opposition case sounds so ideal that you forget that any actions have consequences. Government's main premise is actually so simple, which is one, justice is going to be the first default system and the very first step of any decision given by the lawyer itself. Second, mercy still exists. And before they say that we're so inconsistent at the very first place, we say that justice is super dominant in our side of the house, that it acts as if it replaces it in the first place. And it also, we flip it back, it's like what our third speaker has mentioned, that because justice is so strong that it cannot be replaced by mercy itself. And then the last one is that mercy is not pure. Just like what we say, mercy can only be exclusively done for like special cases that rarely happen. For example, like a war hero or something like that. So main clashes upon this then. First, opposition says that mercy actually humanizes criminal. What we say, panels, we have said that we humanize them even more. At the very least, even if it's not perfect, we are going to equally put efforts to put them back as a functional member of society. At the very least, we still equally put them, no matter whether they're rich, no matter whether they're poor, in the end of the day, we still give an equal sanction, right? And also, again, there is a utilitarian metric, meaning that any poor people, like the grandma selling stuff that they've said like 5 times, will not happen without any like justifiable amount of actions. And their side, in the end of the day, a lot of people will be given mercy with no patent or objective solutions, and there will be no deterrence. Notice that they have not engaged on deterrence at all, and how it's going to be very harmful for the entire system. And then the second one is that opposition says that this will put lenience on sentences while we do not have it. The thing is this, panels, government has mentioned so many times that this is not exclusive because in the justice system themselves, the 5 pillars of justice itself, we have something called proportionality and retribution that also has a correlation with the victims and whether or not this is something that proportionate, whether or not the crime is equal to the punishment is basically proportionality in the begin with, and it is like one of the biggest pillars of like justice system themselves. All of their substantive arguments have crumbled down simply because if we say this, what we believe that should be like the BOP of opposition is that they should have said why is justice has become so corrupted that they are willing to prioritize mercy to minority, knowing that it's so dominant over like the rich like market, right? I think this is what the BOP of their house should look like, because in the end of the day, all of their arguments are just so inclusive, mutually inclusive, that we have said to begin with. In the end of the day, all of our mechanisms is much more better because we have a perfect constitutional law that lies behind the reason why this person has like lighter sentences instead of just a basic this is mercy like that. And at the end of the day, they have not yet to answer two of our biggest argument, which is first, the likelihood of mercy being pure and not like getting any external factors. And second, they have not answered or engaged in whether or not their side of the house will have any deterrence whatsoever. Therefore, Judge, we believe that in any kinds of matter, we have proven to you that there is more good than harm in our side of the house. More people will be acted as equally, and there will be more deterrence, and then there will just be more people to be given the same efforts and the same chances to begin with. We're so proud to propose.
Thank you. All right, thank you everyone. Since this is a silent round and that's also the last round for the day, you guys can just go exit the Zoom, shake hands with each other. Yeah, and thank you for the debate. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, Kak.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Tapi aku nggak dikeluarin sih, pasti dikeluarin.
Recording stopped.